All right, what up, everyone? Just about to check out this Donald Trump press conference that he did earlier today. But before we do, we must give the orange dog, the real Orange King over here, Carlo the Husky, some treats. You want a treat, boy? All right. Go over there. Go over there. Go get it. I faked you out, buddy. I faked you out. He's like, where'd it go? Where'd it go? It's right here. Here, catch. There you go. Good boy. Got Carlo the Husky in the house. The real Orange King. Good boy. All right, catch. There you go. Good boy. That was a hot one today. I just got off work. We walked earlier this morning before it got hot. About to check out this post up and smoke and drink some coffee. See what the orange turd has to say today. Hope everyone had a good Monday out there. All right, without further ado, here we go. Please hit the like button. Thank you.
Of Utah, we have a lot of other very high representatives.
So this is like this is titled President Trump signs an executive order. This came out earlier today. Like 5 hours ago.
He's mostly from Utah, and we're doing something very dramatic and very important for the people of Utah, the people of our country, because many people use it. We're terminating certain monuments. They call it monuments, not the ones we have outside, but these are large, thousands of acres. It's a total of almost 3 million acres, and we're going to be discussing it. But in fact, I think we'll start discussing it right now before I sign. After that, we're going to be signing 2 documents that are close to 1.5 million acres each. And Governor, do you want to say a few words about what we're doing and explain it to the press?
Yeah, well, thank you, Mr. President. This is a big day for Utah. The president did something very similar several years ago during his first term. Of course, the monuments were re-expanded under the past administration. And this matters to Utah. We believe that under the Antiquities Act, it's very clear that these monument designations are supposed to be the smallest area possible to protect the antiquities. And these multi-million acre monuments that are bigger than the state of Delaware certainly do not fit that designation. And we definitely care about protecting these antiquities, and will continue to do so. The problem is with these giant monument designations, there are no resources that come with those. We have 9 monuments in Utah. 7 of them are around 700 acres to 7,000 acres. That's what this was meant to be, not millions of acres as what happened with Grand Staircase Escalante and Bears Ears. And so we're grateful that the president has made a determination that we need to right-size these monuments. Again, this does not remove the other protections that already exist in those areas, just making the monuments more manageable so that we have the resources necessary to continue to protect these antiquities. I know we have the Deputy Secretary of the Department of Interior here with us. Kay, is there anything you'd like to add?
I'll just say the Antiquities Act is 120 years old, but the first monument that was created was only 1,200 acres. So if you think about it, since then, President Clinton, President Obama, and President Biden have increased the acreage in the state of Utah and locked those acres up. Over 3 million acres.
For nobody to use, right? You can't do anything. You can't go hunting. You can't go fishing. You can't do anything. You can virtually not even walk on it.
That's exactly right, sir. So you were remedying that.
I remember. I do remember that. Great remedy.
And Mr. President, I know Senator.
And this is actually better than the first.
It is better. Yeah, Senator Lee's been very involved, I know, in conversing with you.
It's true. Mike?
Smallest area compatible with the objects to be protected. That's always been the standard under the Antiquities Act. President Biden, President Clinton, and President Obama overlooked that standard. President Trump is fixing it today.
You have thanks, Mike. You have something to say. I thought that was very impressive.
Celeste.
Well, I think it's worth noting for the press in the room that both of these monuments were created over the unanimous opposition of Utah's federal delegation, our governors, the county commissioners, the locals who are worried about losing multiple uses on these federal lands. And we're standing here with the governor, the Speaker of the Utah House, the entire Utah federal delegation, supporting a president listening to the people of Utah and saying, we know you value this land, you want it used for multiple use and not locked up. And so this is a very different process than how the monuments were created.
Well, they took the land away from the people, quite honestly, it's ridiculous. And I remember Orrin Hatch, before he passed away, he was a great guy, he was a friend of mine, and he felt so strongly about this. And we signed, and then they terminated it after they got in office, which was crazy. And we're putting it back, but we're actually giving more than we did the first time back to the people of Utah. Please, go ahead.
Consent item.
Yes.
I think people don't understand, Utah is over 2/3 owned by the federal government. These counties where these monuments are at are over 90% federal land. When people make decisions about this 2,000 miles away, you can see how that steps on the local people who only control about 5 or 10% of the land with local.
In other words, they want to go ruin the environment with their bogus drill baby drill, so he can enrich all his oil buddies. Well, Donald Trump takes a nice fat cut.
Not only do you have all these dynamics, you have an economy. You can't pave roads, you can't build schools, you can't pay fire people, police department, because of this dynamic of 95% federal lands. The other part of that is Utahns will tell you they love these lands. They manage them better than people 2,000 miles away. So if this is about good management, it really should be done in Utah by people who have demonstrated over decades and decades and decades and generations that they're good managers of this land.
Great job, Wilson. Anybody? No? You're leaving? I can't believe it.
Very excited.
I can't believe it. You're excited? Where are you going?
Okay. Well, can I say this first of all? We sat down with the previous administration and said, don't let's work this out. So we have to keep going back and forth. Just work with us.
Right.
And we promised we didn't. That once we have the power, we're going to make sure that the people's voices are heard. So thank you for helping us keep our promise. And unfortunately, the last administration did not understand that this would happen one day. So thank you so much.
Great. All right. Let's sign. This is very nice. I'm very happy about this. And better than the first time. Okay, here's number one. Okay, number two. Here you go. Thank you. Almost 3 million acres. Gonna be well taken care of now.
You can't even take care of your diaper, Dookie Donnie.
Okay. Pen, who should I give this to? That might be the governor's representative, right? And Mike, how about taking one, right? Thank you. So.
Hey, what's up, Rafi?
Something that was, I think, very desperately needed. It was very unfair to the people of Utah. And now fairness has been brought back. It's going to be better taken care of. And they'll be able to use it a little bit. So there's something very nice about that. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any questions about this, first of all, most importantly? Anybody want to talk about it?
I've got
Yeah,
one
Jeff,
on Ron. I've got one on Ron too, but I'll start with this. Just you said that 70% of the land was federal. Was there any other way to turn this around? How is it that
Hey, what's up? What's up, Aloha Kitty? How's it going? Good to see you. Happy Monday, everyone out there. Yeah, we're just checking out these Donald Trump. Luckily, these Donald Trump moves that he made today aren't very long, just like 20 minutes. So once we're done with this Donald Trump's mumbo jumbo, we'll move on to a real politician and a real patriot who goes by the name of Gavin Newsom. Made a speech today, so we'll check him out after this. Pretty much MAGA cult member's new daddy.
I guess my question is how did it get there if it's a state?
Go ahead, you want to discuss that, please?
The land ownership is what it is, but under the Antiquities Act, 120 years ago, Congress made the decision to give presidents the power to designate by executive proclamation certain land as a monument. It was supposed to be the smallest area compatible with the objects to be protected in connection with that. Now, initially, as the Deputy Secretary of the Interior explained a minute ago, that meant a few hundred, maybe 1,000 or 2 acres at the most. These are 3 million acres. As I explained to President Biden, that's 2 Delawares. It's been abused, and so it was done by executive action. President Trump is right-sizing it to bring it in compliance with what the law says.
And Mr. President, just on a rant, you have said now to Congress that we are back at war. How long do you expect this to take? And what's the legal basis?
What? Take what?
The war.
Well, I think it's going very fast. We've demolished their military. We're hitting them very hard. We had a deal yesterday or the day before yesterday. It was all done. And then they broke up that deal immediately because they found out there was something in the deal they didn't like. And they're wired differently, and we're not going to put up with it.
Man, this guy's such a liar right here. Hey, keep in mind, everyone, that everything that comes out of this orange man's mouth is nothing but hogwash. Pretty much anything, his diaper's so full of crap, it's coming out of his mouth.
We are just going forward with attacking them tonight. And we're taking out all of their capability for anything having to do with the Strait, with the Hormuz Strait. And I think in the end, we will end up just controlling the whole thing. And what they're doing is being very foolish, very stupid, and they treated people horribly. They killed 52,000 protesters so far.
All right, I'm officially ready to kick it. Check it out. So I made a coffee. I used the Cafe Bustelo. Hey, check out their logo. It's pretty cool. I'm gonna save this. It's for like the World Cup. This will probably be worth some money in years, I'm gonna save these. I got 2 of them.
Can determine. It might be more than that, but 52,000 protesters have been killed, and it's really a terrible situation. We'll have it under control very quickly.
You mentioned that you're going to, just one quick follow-up, you mentioned
Wait.
you're going to, just hold on one second.
Wait, Jeff.
I'm sorry, I was.
Be nice, Jeff. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. President. On your presidency, so a lot of us here actually witnessed a miracle 2 years ago today as we were on the ground covering your rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. You said a lot of times that you believe that God has saved your life. Has there been a moment throughout your presidency so far where you thought this is why God kept you here?
Well, we're doing a lot. We have a country that I use the expression "Make America Great Again," and we've done far more than anyone thought possible, including maybe even me. We've done things that are unreal. $19.2 trillion. The money being invested in our country is more than any country has ever had by many times. We have trillions of dollars coming in because of the tariffs and the proper use of tariffs, because all of the things. I think because of the election. November 5th is a very important day.
Oh yeah, for sure, Rafi. Blue wave tsunami coming in hot. All the maggots are going to be washed out to sea, back to Jonestown.
When you look at the military, we have the strongest military in the world. We rebuilt it largely during my first term, and we have recruitment now. We're setting records in recruitment. We had, if you go back to the campaign when I used to talk about it, the last administration, they couldn't recruit soldiers. We needed soldiers in every single branch of our military, and that included police and firemen. Nobody wanted to do anything having to do with the uniform in this country because they weren't proud of the country. And now the people are very, very proud to be an American.
Dude, Donald Trump, a major from the Air Force, just literally, sacrificed his whole 17-year career to call you out on all your crimes against humanity. You loser orange turd.
He's doing phenomenally well. We're respected all over the world. If I go, no matter where I go, we just got back from NATO, and I think you saw the response. It was like a very beautiful thing, actually. It was a total response, totally positive response. No matter where we go, we're respected again, maybe respected more than ever before. So I appreciate the question, but
no, everyone's laughing at you, man. Read the room, dude. You're gonna get impeached, removed, and imprisoned. Al Green's on top of the case. Come November, you're gone, pal.
That's pretty much it.
Mr. President, thank you. Gavin with Town Hall. I was curious about our reports
about Iranian drones in Cuba. There are concerns about that. Where does the relationship of the U.S. stand there? Is military intervention still on the table there?
Well, they do have that.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Vic? How you doing, Vic?
I very well have that. We'll take care of it. Marco's just in the other room. And if they do have that, we'll take care of it in short order. We're not going to have a problem. We're not going to allow that to happen. So it could be that they're storing some. We're looking into it now. It could be so, and it maybe isn't. But we'll figure it out fast.
And what are you expected to speak about on Thursday with that?
I'm going to speak on Thursday. We were thinking one of the next, but this has been such a busy news day today with all that's happening. A lot of very positive things have happened, including the Indy. We're going to have an Indy race, as you know, in 41 days. And that's going to be incredible around the cap.
Man, this guy's such a loser. He's just concerned. While everyone in the country is like kicked off healthcare and starving, this guy over here is trying to do a Indy race at the White House.
Down Pennsylvania Avenue is going to be something that 250,000 tickets ordered. It'll be like UFC, which set every record in the book for that.
Yeah, exactly. Another grift. Set every record in your bank books. This guy's enriched himself like $10 billion since he took office.
Business, which is the business of fighting. So we have the Indy cars coming, and it's going to be great. And while we're talking, I have to pay on behalf of Mike and myself, and I think everybody's standing behind me very strongly. I want to pay my respects to Lindsay, who was our friend. He was a friend of all of us. He was a great guy. He was a great politician, actually. And it's hard to believe he's gone. He spoke to me just before he passed away, just to say hello. He got back. He felt fine. He was a little tired. And then this whole thing happened. And it's tough. So the flags are at half-mast until Saturday evening, which is an extended period of time. You know.
How come you didn't lower the flags for the senators from Minnesota that were murdered? Huh? What were their names again? Damn, I forgot. But yeah, there were some senators that were murdered in Minnesota. He didn't do the flags halfway.
But I think he deserves it. And he's a fantastic person. He was a fantastic man. He was actually a great politician. He got along with almost everybody. And when he didn't get along, they knew it. He was tough, but he was a good man. He was very much in favor of the Save America Act. He called me about that. We were talking about that and some other things. But he just felt tired, but he felt fine. And then this horrible thing happened just a short time afterwards. So it was terrible. I just want to pay our respects.
Mr. President, you mentioned that Iran has agreed to a deal and then walked away from it. Have you reached the conclusion that a negotiated settlement won't be able to happen?
No, I never reached that conclusion, but we're hitting them very heavy tonight, as you know. We're hitting them. We have tremendous amounts of ammunition. We have numbers that we haven't had in years, and we're hitting them very hard, and it'll continue, and we'll see what happens. But
hey, what's up, Deborah? I totally agree with you. Yeah, it's like nails on a chalkboard. Luckily, we only got about 6 more minutes of this Trump mumbo jumbo, and then we can move on to a real patriot and a real politician that goes by the name of Gavin Newsom. We'll check him after this.
Out all of their
Yeah, Gavin Newsom made a speech today that I'm sure is 100 times better than whatever Trump says.
Capability, and we're controlling the straits. We're putting the blockade back, and it's a blockade not for anybody but Iran. In other words, anybody doing business with Iran can't go through. Everyone else will be able to go through. So it's a blockade. It's a very strong blockade. The blockade was probably more effective even than hitting them, but I think the combination is the thing that really does.
But do you think a deal is still possible? Do you think they'll return to that?
Yeah, I think a deal is possible. Sure, I do.
But Mr. President, we noted the United States is bombing Iran again. I mean, you've been bombing Iran for months now. Is this just the new normal for the American people?
No, well, we're in Vietnam for 19 years. We're here for 4 months. So I think we've done a lot. We've knocked out their Navy in a period of 1 month. We knocked out their Air Force. Their Air Force is non-existent. We knocked out most of their missiles, most of their drones. We knocked out their drone manufacturing capability, about 92%. Their missile.
You lost the war, pal, and there's no way you're going to win it, dude. Just retreat, man. Just start putting America first, you You a-hole.
Ability for manufacturing. We knocked out 89%. And they have a little capability, but they don't have any capability for us. This is almost a military skirmish. Now, with all of that being said, you have to get people.
At the end of the day, though, he doesn't care because all he cares about is his pocketbook. So he's just grifting left and right, stealing all the money.
Want to make something. We had a deal with them 2 days ago, and then they said, "Oh, we can't make that deal. We have to negotiate it further." And this is what they've done for 47 years. The difference is nobody negotiated like I do. And this should have been done by Bush and Obama and Biden and people before them. Frankly, it's 47 years they've been ripping off everybody and really hurting and killing thousands of people. So they killed 52,000 protesters, but they killed many, many people with Soleimani, who I killed in the first term. Soleimani killed many people, many people, and not only killed, when you see a young former soldier walking around with no legs, no arms, a face that's been...
Wait, did he just say walking around with no legs? This guy's out of touch right here. Impeach this guy now, 25-47.
Horribly hurt. That was done by Iran.
Man, I've been on this earth maybe like about a year after the whole 1979 Iran revolution, and never once have I ever felt threatened by Iran. It's all Bibi the genocidal maniac Netanyahu's idea. I mean, Bibi Netanyahu's been saying for the last 47 years every like month that Iran's gonna have like a nuclear weapon. Ridiculous.
By Soleimani, he was a person that was very evil. He was an evil genius. He was looking to take out a lot of our military installations in Iraq and Iran. And I got him before he got us. So we have to do what we're doing. And the strait is open. It will be open. We've cut down their capability very substantially, but they're going to fight for a while. Our military is doing a fantastic job. And the bottom line, though, and I say it to everybody, and I say it as much as they want to listen, Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. If we didn't bomb them with the B-2 bombers, that plane right there, if we didn't bomb them, they would have had...
Oh, yeah, Caitlin Collins is awesome. She's not scared to throw some punches.
A weapon long ago, within 1 month from the day we bombed them, they would have had, if we didn't do it, they would have had a nuclear weapon. If they had a nuclear weapon, Israel would no longer be with us. The Middle East probably would no longer be with us. We just saw they sent missiles to 5 different countries that never even knew they were involved because they're stone cold crazy. They are crazy. And we're not going to put it up. Yeah, I want to be reimbursed because we're protecting a very rich portion of the world. We're spending money. And so what we've done is we are going to be reimbursed for protection. We're protecting by the countries that we're helping. For instance, you look at the 5 countries. You have Saudi Arabia, you have UAE, you have Qatar, as I always say, you have Qatar, Bahrain. And by the way, you have others. You have Kuwait and you have others. And they will do very well. But we think it's appropriate that we don't need them. We have more oil than any other country in the world. When you add Venezuela, which has been amazing,
Yeah, you stole their gas and now you're selling it under the guise of like freedom gas. This guy's just nothing but the commander and thief. Yeah, the commander and thief is what he is.
This amounts of oil that we control. When you add Venezuela and everything.
What you're looking at right now, folks, is the poster child of waste, fraud, and abuse.
We have more than 50% of the world's supply. We don't need it, but we need it from the standpoint of protecting allies, et cetera, including Israel, including Saudi Arabia, including Qatar, including UAE. We're protecting all of them, and we've done a very effective job. So 4 months ago, these people had military that was very strong, by far the strongest probably in the Middle East. They were called the bully of the Middle East. Now they don't have a Navy. They have 159 ships underwater. They had a total of 159 ships. Now every one of them is underwater. They had 230 airplanes, attack planes. They're all gone. They're gone. They had tremendous radar. It's all gone. They had tremendous anti-aircraft. It's all gone. Sadly, their leadership is all gone. They had their first-tier leaders are all dead. Their second-tier leaders are all dead. Their third-tier leaders, who we're dealing with, more or less, some of them are already gone. And then you read fake news like your network, CNN, which is fake news.
Nah, Trump, you're fake. You're a fake president. You're a fake low IQ president. You loser.
So you have them saying, well, actually, aren't they?
Look at this dude with his accordion hands. What a scumbag. Nothing but lies comes out of his mouth.
Well, let me just tell you, they have now inflation of over 300%. 4 months ago, they had inflation of 5%. Now they're at over 300, could be 350%. They made a deal, they broke it, probably 10 times. And they killed a lot of people. They killed our people. But the protesters, what they've done to the protesters, 52,000. Have you ever seen any of the burial lots where they're burying the protesters? They killed 52,000 protesters. And on my watch, they can't do any of that. So we have them in a position that they don't have any military. There's not a thing they can do about it. All they have is fake news, because they have the fake news would rather see us lose the war than win the war, which is really treasonous.
Dude, you'll actually win the war if you just retreat and make America first. Start working on your great healthcare plan.
So we're doing another very major attack tonight. They want to make a deal. They came back. We made a deal 2 days ago, and they want to make a deal. They've been negotiating for 47 years, but nobody's ever hit them militarily. We're hitting them very hard. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much.
Oh, man. Thank goodness that's over with. Oh, my goodness. Donald Trump's just losing his mind every day. This dude needs to be like in a insane asylum or old folks home or something. But we made it through that speech. All right, let's get down to some real politicians here. Let's go see what Gavin Newsom has to say. What up, everyone? Hope you're having a good Monday out there. Thanks for tuning in, hanging out. I got some stuff in the queue that we're going to check out. I worked all day today, so I like to watch this stuff, so figure I might as well live stream it so we can have a YouTubeville watch party and we can all have a little town hall, share our opinions, get to know one another. You know, feel free to share your criticisms, concerns, information, opinions, whatever's on your mind. But yeah, this is what we got in the queue. We're going to check out. So in Maine, Trump's Gestapo goons murdered another person in Maine. So we'll check some stuff about that out. And some updates on the Houston execution style murder by his Gestapo goons. We'll see what Stephen Pimplehead Miller has to say. Let's see. We'll check out some guy named Angus King. He made some kind of move. We'll check out James Talarico unveils his border security plan. We'll see what's up with him. All this stuff happened today too, so this is all fresh. And then we'll check out we'll check out King Jeffrey's press conference. Let's see what else we got. And we'll check out a Mamdani press conference that he did earlier today. And what else was there? All right, please hit the like button. All right, let's check out this Gavin Newsom press conference.
But in the near future, Ebalsi.
All right, here we go. Gavin Newsom in the house. A real politician, guys.
Thank you, Gustavo. Everybody, grateful for the opportunity to be here and check in and also check up on our progress and what we've been promoting and drive home a message fundamentally about accountability and delivering results with this budget trailer bill that I will sign in a moment. Thank you for your stewardship of this project. Thank you for your leadership. Thanks for bringing us here together. Thank you for your passion. Not only for this project, but more importantly for the community. And I appreciate you leading with our namesake, someone I think it was 1911, when she became the first
All right, so this was a speech that Gavin Newsom gave earlier today, and this is titled Governor Newsom Cuts Red Tape, Helping Build More Affordable Housing.
He became the first Chinese American.
See Gavin Newsom over here actually doing things for the American people, you know, doing a press conference about affordable housing. Well, we got Trump over there talking about all his grifting and crimes against humanity.
To register to vote, and that's something we can't take for granted anymore. Every day there's a new headline that reminds us how precious that fundamental right is and how we have to continue to fight for it. So it seems so appropriate to be here today in her spirit at this precious moment. Sharon, you reminded me, Assemblywoman, a little bit of the moment we shared on, as you say, the green for.
Actually, the blue wave tsunami is going so hard. In about 110 days, Gavin Newsom's going to personally slap the cuffs on Trump and throw him in prison.
In the Assembly, a speech that I took the liberty to give to the legislature, a State of the State speech that was a single subject speech, which I assure you was not the case in any prior state of the state. But our state of mind was clearly fixed on the ongoing frustration, the exhaustion almost of the issue of homelessness and housing in the state, and the connection, the affordability issue before it was coined with the consciousness that it is today, the issue that defines more issues in more ways on more days, the cost of living, the issue of housing in the state, a state that frankly had been done as we wanted to be for decades and decades. We designed a system, a machine over the course of the last half century to make it more difficult to build. It was intentionally designed. It wasn't by chance.
Yeah, I really think Gavin Newsom's making a run for 2028 because lately he's been having these really powerful and moving press conferences.
By happenstance, it was designed not to build. And that required us not just to think differently and argue for different results, but to rebuild the machine. And that's what we've committed to do over the course of the last number of years. And it's taken a number of years to build the political will, the political capital, to build the partnerships, the coalitions. They're stubborn coalitions here. A lot of folks didn't want to see change. Local governments did not, I assure you, at the time, want to see change. So much so that one of the first acts as governor was to sue one of those local cities. Check my status at City Hall down there in Huntington Beach. I'm not, there's not enough security to walk down those halls. We sued Huntington Beach. Been in litigation for years and years and years. They thought we'd go away. We didn't. 46 other states were put on notice. Cities were put on notice. We convened work groups north and south, and we began to work on holding folks accountable to the housing elements, to what we refer to in the vernacular of the state, the RHNA goals. And we decided it was time to have some stretch goals. We went from 1.2 million legally required housing units to be constructed in the state of California in what we refer to as the fifth cycle of the RHNA goals. We more than doubled it to 2.5 million in the last cycle. We have seen over the course of the last few years progress not only made in terms of achieving those goals, but we've seen those goals extend to now over 3.5 million housing units where zoning has been committed to and progress has been advanced in order to blow past that legally binding 2031 goal of 2.5 million new housing starts. That's progress. We continue to make progress as it relates to the creation of a housing accountability unit, so it wasn't ad hoc. And the purpose of the housing accountability unit was to provide not just sticks but carrots, to provide support, technical assistance to help cities and counties all across the state of California achieve those audacious goals. We also significantly increased our tax credit program. In fact, we're advancing another $500 million in this trailer bill to do just that. It was in the modest single digits when we started. So Accountability, support, promoting progress, but also promoting fundamental reforms, and working with the legislature and two remarkable leaders behind me. And Jesse, Senator, I'll get to you in a moment. We started to chip away. ADUs was a big deal. Working on single family zoning, SB 9 and 10, big deals. 2011 was a big deal, but nothing more significant and consequential. After nibbling around the edges, 32 secret reform bills that I was proud to promote, proud to sign, the Holy Grail was out there. The thing that Jerry Brown once referred to as the Lord's work. That struggled to even get a committee hearing, let alone out of a committee or a floor vote. And we were able to achieve that together rather audaciously. I know it wasn't the way you always want it. Not in a budget, certainly, but we got it done in the budget. And we did the most consequential housing reforms on infill and secret reform in California's history last year. And what was remarkable about that, it's the old adage, once the mind is stretched, it never goes back to its original form. After all the friction, the frustration around that, you all came back. The legislature came back this year saying, what more can...
Hey, check it out, MAGA cult members. If there's any MAGA cult members in the chat, this is what you call a real man right here. This is Gavin Newsom. Get used to him. Start calling him daddy because he's your new daddy.
Because the support you received from that was off the charts. People recognizing we need to do more and better. We need to produce visible, in the spirit of the senator's remark, visible results. They want to see more progress, more hard hats. They want to see more projects like this built, not more press conferences.
Look at this. Here's what you call a real leader right here, MAGA cult members. So that led to a series of reforms that we're announcing and landing here today. And let me quickly sum them up and sign this. As Gustavo rightfully said, issue of financing in the labyrinth, the jungle gym, not even a ladder of sorts that you have to navigate to get financing. I think, you were talking about stitching together 8 different funding sources just from the state of California. And we applied 20 times, she continues to remind me, for those funds. Now we will be advancing, we have technically went in effect a couple of days ago, as Gustavo reminded me, it's in effect, this codifies it and allows the funding to flow to the agency that's now been established, that will allow us to establish this one-stop shop to reduce the friction, the time, the duplication, the repetition, the bureaucracy as it relates to accessing those funds. What does that mean? You reduce bureaucracy. He's talking about making American lives better, unlike the orange turd. But check out Gavin Newsom's hair. Look at those hand movements. Man, orange turd could never be like him.
Access and transparency, that drives down costs, drives down the time to a project. And we estimate with that reform and the reforms that I'll get to in a moment on impact fees, that we can reduce the cost per unit by $60,000 to $70,000. A governor has not been able to say that in years and years in this state. That's progress. And that impact fee is an important part. I saw.
What's up, Linda? Not yet. If for some reason he manages to cheat and rig the elections like he's trying to do, then yeah, the chances of this country surviving the rest of his term go down dramatically. But for now, we got the blue wave tsunami, so keep your head up. We're taking the House and the Senate back, guys. Orange Man's going to be impeached, removed, and imprisoned, and all the MAGA cult members are going to be assigned to 40 hours of community service for their un-American ways.
Yeah, remember, I was a mayor. As Jesse reminded us, he was as well. Once a mayor, always a mayor. And, I saw, dare I say, I may have even participated in a little bit of the abuse in that respect. And I use that word intentionally because it started to get a little abusive, the impact fees. I mean, become candidly usurious. In some ways, it's outrageous. And for too long, we've been complicit. We've been passive. We've been indulgent. Impact fees tend to be solving a lot of other problems, but it's not solving this problem. It's not solving the issue that we claim is a crisis, but we're not acting as if it is because we're not resolving it. And so you've got some cities and counties, these impact fees are comical. They're outrageous. It makes it quite literally impossible to develop an affordable unit. It's BS. It's just a brand. I don't care if it's a nonprofit attached, it's BS. Because we're stacking so many fees to solve so many other problems. So we try to figure out what we can do at the state level. We don't run local planning commissions, though we want to run accountability and focus on that. And so we came up with a creative strategy. We took a few at-bats on this the last few years. We couldn't figure it out. This year, we finally figured it out. And that was to attach, seems a little obvious in hindsight, but all the state-funded programs. If you want state funding, you want $1, you want $200, you want $200 million, no local impact fees then. Drive down the cost. And if you do that, then we're also going to allow those dollars that you didn't attach as a fee to benefit your scoring at the state level and provide that as an offset to your quote unquote local match. And all of a sudden, when we started to knit this together, braid it together, folks started to come together, including the leaders behind me in the legislature that drove this reform. So this is the first time in decades, first time in my knowledge period, we've done anything on impact fees. So we're streamlining bureaucracy, reorganizing a construct around a simple one-stop application around financing, focusing on real accountability at the local level, driving accountability at the state level with fundamental land use reforms and time to develop reforms as it relates to CEQA. We're organizing in a construct more support, not just more punitive actions, and we're more resolved than ever to reach our goals. And here I'll conclude, and this is important, and this may actually make some sense.
Look at the construction workers behind Gavin Newsom. You could tell they're real construction workers. They're not unlike Donald Trump. Whenever he has his press conferences, he has hired Craigslist casting people. You could tell they're real construction workers because they got hard hands. They got calluses on their hands. They actually got dirt on their vest. You see Donald Trump's construction workers in the background at his press conferences. They got brand new boots, brand new jeans, brand new vest, brand new hard hat. Almost as if they just bought them at Home Depot. They never swung a hammer in their life.
About RENA goals and 8-year 6 cycles makes no sense to anybody. But this might. 682,000 units have been constructed since 2019. 59% more residential construction than when we started. 59%. We've reduced the time to entitlement and permitting from 160 days to 60.
Hey, what's up? What's up, champion? Oh yeah, for sure. The fake Uber lady. Yeah, and then they had this other lady, a black lady that would travel with Trump. And then, would give Trump a hug, and then Trump could say, oh, see that? The African American community love me. And they just, traveled with the same lady.
8 days. That's a 57% reduction. 59% increase in the number of residential construction units, and a 57% decline in the time to get these projects at the state level entitled. I'm proud of that. And let me give you another proof point. In the last 30 years, we've been struggling on multifamily. In the last 5 years, we've produced more multifamily than we have in the last 30 years. So we're finally seeing progress. We're coming out the other side of this flywheel, and I'm proud of that. And I'll end on this, including, as Jesse said, on homelessness. And there's not been a governor that can claim this, but it's only because of the work that Barbara's been doing.
90% of the homeless people in Los Angeles are transplants from failed red states. I've done interviews over the last 5 years. And out of the thousands of interviews I've done with homeless people around Los Angeles, 90% of them are transplants from red states.
Lee and Jesse with his old hat, his former mayor in Berkeley, mayors across the region in the Bay, across the state of California. But for the first time in almost 2 decades, California has seen a reduction in unsheltered homelessness. Visible reduction. Still a lot of progress, close to double digits, 9.5%. Few states, by the way, just 3 states can lay claim to any kind of reduction like that in the United States. You're seeing increases all across the country, double-digit increases in unsheltered homelessness. Finally, in California, we're seeing progress because we've driven the same mindset of accountability on encampments. As it relates to housing, we've also incorporated homeless accountability units. We're driving reforms, sticks and carrots, as it relates to Prop 1 and the $6.38 billion bond that we put out for mental health, the work we've done on encampment resolution grants, the work we've done on Home Key, which was referenced a moment ago in our tour. We're finally starting to see, again, another flywheel, and finally starting to see results and progress. Forgive the long-windedness, but it's what happens when you're turned out. Because we had a theory for the case and we executed. And none of this, I assure you, is easy. I've said it many times, change has its enemies. Every single one of these things didn't happen before for a good reason. Politics did not line up with the policy. And so I just want to express my gratitude for all of you that helped create those conditions where we were able to move the needle and make real this progress. And with that, I have a pen. Why do you guys come around? Why do you all come around? Doug, even you. Doug is my old San Francisco housing director. He only wishes he could be director again with these reforms. There you go. And we'll do a quick photo.
Would you look at that? Gavin Newsom just did more of this press conference for the American people than Donald Trump's done this whole year.
And get this done.
Yeah, Donald Trump didn't even sign the housing bill.
Genevieve, you know her budget.
Oh, Genevieve. Hey, Genevieve. All right. We're all here, every one of us, to answer your questions. Yeah, there's been a lot of us are promoting that. The good news is, remarkably, the president may not be familiar because he didn't take the time to sign a bill, that what we were promoting, and by the way, take a look at that housing bill that was done federally, looks a lot like what we've been doing here in the state of California. Their reforms to NEPA, our reforms to CEQA, their focus on excess federal lands. We did that through an executive order the first year I got here. All those Caltrans sites and the development projects we put in those places, including on the corporate housing. And in so many ways, a model bill. And I applaud the bipartisan nature of that bill and the legislative leaders in Congress for advancing it. In so many ways, it neuters the need, not completely, but substantially, for the state of California to move forward. That said, there are a number of bills and discussions and amendments that are in play as we assess exactly, waiting to see if that actually got signed or the midnight deadline passed, to assess what it means and what it doesn't mean in relation to California's unique conditions. So we'll assess that further, but substantial progress was legitimately made through the housing bill that was advanced federally.
Governor, even with the progress that you cited, California still ranks as one of the most expensive states for housing, especially with the 35 state in the way. What's your message to California to certainly this issue, how long might be until we start to see?
Well, I hope they'll take a look at this press conference in the last 20. And they'll hear exactly what we're doing substantively on that topic. We're getting rid of the red tape, substantively. That's an old talking point now. because we have proof points that suggest differently. 59% increase in housing construction, 57% decrease in the time to getting permits. That's real. That's the receipt.
Damn, the MAGA bots are out in full force. I guess they're out there trying to do damage control for all these ICE murders that have been happening lately, and damage control for Trump's like 20% approval rating.
Substance. 3.5.
But there's no fixing stupid. Donald Trump's done. He's low IQ. He's over. He's been exposed. Even the MAGA cult members are jumping ship in droves. Pretty much the only MAGA cult members that are left are either bots, bigots, or pedo protectors, or all of the above.
Units now planned and in the pipeline, doubling of the legal mandate under the housing element and the RENA goals, a housing accountability unit driving reforms and compelling localism, a focus now on YIMBYism, not NIMBYism, nation-leading reforms to substantively address that issue. And yes, it is the issue, as I open up the press conference, that defines more things, as I suggested, in more ways, on more days, about the struggles of more Californians than Americans, cost of housing. And it's not complicated. Supply demand. It's Econ 101. We need to build more damn housing, and we need to lower the cost of construction. Well, as a former county mayor, talking to the wrong guy. I know a thing or two about what I speak. They can choose not to. But don't try to seek more access to state funds. Or you can lower the cost of construction and deliver for your communities, for your counties. We did this, I think, very strategically, thoughtfully. And we did it together with not just the punitive side, the stick, but real incentives that are laid out in this legislation. By the way, I didn't even include the $900 million on the HAP 7 that's coming out. I didn't even include some of the other resources that we put in this budget. So we're providing an abundance of support that has never existed for counties for housing construction. What we're asking for is accountability and transparency on usurious fees that frankly have been abused, not in every case, but in many counties all across the state. While I'm sensitive to that critique, I've been hearing it for years and years and years. And I feel like we've struck the right balance with this legislation.
All right, see you later, champion. Hey, thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, well, I'll get to the, I'm going to go through what I do this time every other year.
Last I checked, whenever the conservatives have some kind of rally, the Grindr app crashes.
That's assess merits, demerits of all the bills, but certainly I'll speak to the one that we can all speak to with some intimate familiarities. We all worked on it together, which was the state housing bond, which absolutely the voters should support. That was vetted in the mindset that we brought to this legislative effort here today, which is a mindset of accountability and transparency about delivering results, about time to delivery, and about lowering costs. And so all of those were fed through that prism. And I'm very, very pleased with the work that was done to get that bill, or rather get that bond on the ballot. As it relates to the other bills, I'll be putting out a little bit more in terms of my...
The maggots are all triggered because they know the MAGA movement's done, LOL.
that over the course of the next few weeks, but very, very proud of the work, including, by the way, the money that's in that housing bond for veterans, which is incredibly important. Anybody else? That's great. Hey,
Yeah, Trump also asked Epstein to be part of his cabinet during his first administration.
Rare to, a couple of good things are actually happening in Washington, D.C. it's hard for me to, forgive me, I want to say it again just because I want to hear it myself. A couple of good things have actually happened in Washington, D.C. And this was one. I don't want to overstate it, but it's a pretty good damn bill. And I actually stress tested it a number of times, and I wasn't joking when I said it looks a lot like California, which may have been one of the reasons Trump didn't sign it. But I thought there was a lot of good thinking and a lot of smart work that was done on it. Federal government, states have limited roles and responsibility when it comes to sex. Localism is determinative on all this. Housing and homelessness, it's a bottom-up construct. So it's really about getting rid of those regulatory thickets. It's really about creating flexibility and doing what you can to support localism. And I think what they did, what we've done, is going to feed very nicely into what the counties and cities will be doing all across this nation and subsequently all across the state of California. Well, thank you all very much for being out here. And again, Cahill.
All right, so that concludes Gavin Newsom's press conference. So let's move on to some other stuff we have in the queue. Hey, thanks everyone that's hanging out and sharing your opinions. Appreciate it. Let's see here. Let's go see. Let's move on to like some updates on Donald Trump's Gestapo goons murdering people on the streets and committing crimes against humanity. But before we go there, let's check out this clip. Let's check out this clip real quick to remind the maggots of Donald Trump's best friend, Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, best friends forever. Look at that. I wonder what he's saying to him. Oh man, what a bunch of sick bastards. Look, even just the hand twirl. That's what he was doing, huh, Rafi? That makes sense. Damn, do you see the girl in the back in the corner? Hey, there's Ghislaine Maxwell in the background in all white. Oh, it's Ghislaine Maxwell. We'll play this again because every once in a while we got to remind the maggots of their two lovebirds, Epstein and Orange Turd. All right, let's go see some updates on these ICE shootings, on Trump's Gestapo goons' execution-style murders of innocent people, Trump's crimes against humanity. All right, let's go check out, see what we got here. All right, start with, so there's an update on Renee Good and Alex Preddy shootings. Let's see what's up with this. Or wait. Let's see. Or no, let's see Angus, Senator Angus. We'll start here. All right, this dude made a speech earlier today. Let's see what this is all about.
Senator.
All right, so the next like 4 videos are going to be related to like Trump's Gestapo goons and their crimes against humanity. All right, this one's titled Senator Angus King wants full, fair, and transparent investigation into shooting involving ICE agents. And this just came out this morning.
King has just landed in Portland and is addressing the media on this. We'll take that.
Secretary was, we want a full, transparent, and open investigation of this matter. And one of the problems is apparently, and again, everything I'm saying is what I know now, different facts may come out, but apparently there are no cameras involved. Body cameras were not on the agents, and so we have no video evidence of what occurred in this case. State and local officials, of course, are attending to it. The FBI will be leading the investigation because it was a federal operation. But my belief is that our state and local officials should also be kept informed and engaged in the investigation. I also talked just 10 minutes ago to Mayor LaFountain of Biddeford, and he is also anxious to see that state and local officials are not frozen out of this investigation. It's a tragedy whenever there's a loss of life. We don't know the circumstances at this point, but my statement to Secretary Mullen, I said, I'm going to say that you have committed to me that this investigation will be full, fair, and transparent. Can I say that? He said, yes, absolutely. So that's the status of this matter right now. Of course, we'll be following it over the next several days. But as I say, I reached out to the Secretary less than a half hour, 15 minutes ago, and we're going to stay on this and determine exactly what happened.
Hey, what's up, Amber Leslie? Good to see you. Hope you had a good Monday out there. Thanks for hanging out. Hey, shout out to all the mods out there. Appreciate you guys. And shout out to everyone out there that never has and never will drink the Kool-Aid. And for all you maggots that are reformed Kool-Aid drinkers, shout out to you guys too. And for the maggots that are still holding on to hope, well, good luck, but we're here for you guys to show you the truth.
It's my statement at this point. I'd be glad to take a few questions before I board the flight to Washington.
Are you confident that they will do a fair and accurate prior shootings? The initial investigation different from what the actual events were.
And that's why I was so explicit with the Secretary. I know him from working with him in the Senate before he became Secretary. I have no reason to think that he's not telling me the truth, but my motto, as with Ronald Reagan, is trust but verify. And I intend to stay on this and to be sure that we can verify what happened and also whether the investigation is proceeding in a full, comprehensive, and transparent way.
Do you know the individual's immigration status?
My understanding from the Secretary was that he was given an order to leave the country. He had been through his various processes, and so his status was that the person who was shot was the target of the arrest warrant based upon his immigration status. That's about all I can tell you right now. I don't know the details of the status, but he wasn't a bystander or inadvertently. He was the person they were searching for. And the question is, what did he do with his vehicle? Were officers threatened? Were the threats rising to the level that justified deadly force? That's what this investigation is all about. And I certainly intend to stay after it, to do everything I can to be sure the investigation is as transparent and thorough as possible, and that our state and local officials aren't frozen out from the involvement with this project, with this investigation. The FBI will lead it because it was a federal project. But to me, given what's happened around the country, we need to verify that this investigation will be thorough and transparent.
It's messed up because they're not even going to do an investigation. They're going to be like, oh, we investigated ourselves and found no wrongdoing. Yeah, Trump needs to be impeached, removed, and imprisoned ASAP. Crimes against humanity, war crimes, corruption.
To do that, because obviously there's now there may be people who would swell some
feelings. What do you want to do with your member and say in response to this?
Well, I think the community has every right to ask questions and to bring pressure to bear on the federal government for straight answers and honest answers. And if there are any, whatever evidence there is, should be made public and should be made public soon. And I think the role of the community is to express concern. We don't yet really know what happened, but to ensure that we find out what happened. And that if
what's up, OHS?
Actions that were unjustified, that those who committed those actions will be held accountable. I am. And body cameras, we've been told that body cameras would be widely distributed. The secretary told me that they're on order, that they have been distributed widely across the country, but not.
Hey, Amber. Hey, thank you again for last night for supporting. I appreciate you. It means a lot.
And apparently not in Biddeford, Maine. But I am concerned that they should have been having body cameras 2 years ago when all this started. It shouldn't be a case of, oh, well, maybe we should do body cameras. They didn't have them. They're coming, and he said in something like 45 days, but that doesn't help us in this case. He did not. He did not. I was focused specifically on this incident, but I'll follow up. I do want to be sure that we understand what ICE is doing and who they're going after. My concern was in the initial surge, they arrested something like 200 people, and 20 of them had criminal records. The rest didn't. So this idea that they were going after the worst of the worst is just nonsense. And it just doesn't pass the straight face test in terms of the actual data. So I want to understand if they're doing this again, and if so, how are they proceeding? What are the targets? Are they in fact going after people with criminal records? I will want to know whether this individual had a criminal record.
It sounds like you believe the federal authorities should be the ones that lead this investigation. I guess
That's not what I believe. That's the fact that in an investigation involving the federal agents, it's the FBI that follows through. I presume it will be the FBI office here in Maine. But I believe, as I said, that it should be coordinated with, and the information should be shared with local and state officials, with the Attorney General's office, with the governor's office, because I believe that given what's happened over the past year, we can't just stand back and say, oh, it's a federal investigation, everything's on the up and up. I hate to say that, but again, given the experience of the past year, I think we have to trust but verify. I'm afraid I have to go catch an airplane. One more, yes.
I think to bring this up as we're talking about separate subject, but you're dealing with
I'm not going to discuss that. Thank you. Thank you all.
Senator.
All right.
Howdy. Welcome to Sanders.
All right. So that was Senator Angus King. I guess he's like an independent, but he leans more like Democrat. So these are kind of just like updates from like these politicians regarding Trump's Gestapo goons over there, crimes against humanity. Let's go see what's up with this one. This one's from Houston. This happened earlier this morning too.
In the very broadest way, I can say that we.
All right. So this, hey, what up, everyone? Happy Monday night. Thanks for everyone that's hanging out, sharing your opinions. Appreciate it. Little YouTubeville watch party. This is titled "Reporters Question District Attorney Officials." Reporters question DA officials after deadly Harris County ICE shooting. Latest presser. All right, here we go.
evidence from this video. Will it be shared with the public?
The short answer is eventually. Yes, but the way that we maintain the integrity of this case, because we're treating this like we treat every other case, until we make a charging decision, we are going to hold all the evidence so that we can evaluate it and eventually present it to a grand jury without risk of tainting the grand jury in any other way. But at the culmination of this investigation, regardless of whether it results in charges or in a no bill, we will let the public see why we got to that determination. So yes, anything that is ultimately recovered, we will do our best to make it public as soon as possible. But my primary goal right now is to maintain the integrity of this investigation and the integrity of any case that we subsequently file.
Would you be able to stick to the volume of tips and evidence, maybe the control of the types of evidence that you were able to recover?
In the very broadest way, I can say that we have had an incredible outpouring of support and communication with our office from our community as a whole. As to specifics of what we've gotten and who we've gotten it from, I'm not going to go into that for the exact reason we talked about of the integrity of the case. But from the moment the portal opened to even before that, the community has rallied around this family. They've rallied around all of us Houstonians and in Harris County because I truly believe they want to know what happened.
Or the title of it, is it hundreds, is it thousands of tips, is it?
We have certainly gotten well over 100 communications.
Has anybody from your office been able to speak to the person that detained?
So I'm not going to get into who we've talked to, who we haven't talked to. We continue to try to get access to every shred of evidence that we can, and that absolutely includes any eyewitness statements. So I'm not going to go into specifics, but rest assured we are going down every avenue available to us in order to get every shred of evidence, including eyewitness statements.
Have you had any contact whatsoever with ICE or DHS on this?
We have been in contact with the local HSI, ICE, special agents in charge. I spoke to her yesterday. She let me know that they are not running this investigation, the local side of it. We had a very fine conversation, but it wasn't substantive in any way. We've attempted to communicate with any number of federal agencies. We've had varying success in that.
You mentioned speaking to the local office, they're not in charge of the investigation, but have they elaborated on if they're going to help you connect with the DHS agents that are doing this?
I'm not going to get into any more specifics about what they said, but we have yet to speak to the investigative agency or the investigative branch that is actually looking into the shooting.
You next, let's do you next.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, for Commissioner Ellison, DA here, two-part question. One, can you talk about exactly how much funding you're proposing against DA here? Can you talk about what kind of resources this will provide for your office?
We're going through the budget process now. We don't know. It would be a guess at this point. I met briefly with his team. They know what they're doing. They're very thorough. I do know that we had a immigrant legal defense fund. So as I'm looking for pots of money, I did mention that to the budget director this morning, but wherever it leads us, whatever it costs within reason, it's important enough for us to do it. I know we have a shortfall, but you always have to prioritize. We're going through that process now. When he leaves here, he's going to a budget meeting, but it may take his team a couple weeks, a month to figure out exactly what they need.
And as to what would be in that ask for us, as Commissioner Ellis said, we don't quite frankly know. And the last thing that I ever want to do as a someone that cares about the fiscal health of this entire county is go ask for something that I quite frankly couldn't use. I want to be very detailed when we ask, but in the general sense, it would be for additional prosecutors and investigators and things like that.
Hey, Windy Pines, are you all right? Looks like you're having a crash out.
Here, there's a lot of people that are also upset because we haven't really heard of as an update into the investigation, but we also haven't heard about the agents as far as who they are, where they are, and they're still operating, and a lot of people are also worried because of what just happened just hours ago in May, and perhaps those agents also didn't have body camera footage. So what are you guys doing moving forward to make sure that these nice agents here in the city and the county are held accountable and have the proper equipment?
So what we are doing here is exactly what you see right now. We are conducting an investigation.
Hey, what's up? What's up, madam?
Down every avenue we can, simply to identify the agents involved in this shooting. We're almost a week in, and no one on the state level knows who they were or where they are right now. That's unacceptable, and it's something that doesn't happen, right? I've been in this office for almost 20 years. I can tell you that with every state or local officer involved in a shooting, the DA's office knows that officer's identity within 12 hours at the outset. In this case, we're 6 days and we don't know. So that's something as to whether or not they are properly equipped, that you've got to direct that question to the Department of Homeland Security and to our congressional representatives. But tragically, we are an entity that in this case has to be reactionary. We have to deal with things after they happen. And that's what we're trying to do in order to maintain the public trust, at least in our local law enforcement.
Here. Right. I think we can get next.
What are some of those rumors or things that are reactionary in this case that took into custody? Talk about, who just said social media, because this agent wasn't these agents were. So what are some of those rumors or things that are happening?
So we are, again, every avenue of investigation, from surveillance to eyewitnesses to asking the public for help, and not just at the scene of this shooting. We've got to go backwards. We've got to find locations and places that these agents were before. We're doing everything we can to identify these agents through the ways that we investigate crimes every single day in Harris County. In most cases not involving law enforcement, we have a suspect who we don't know the name of. We're very good at identifying individuals that don't want to be identified. I think it is an amazing statement in 2026 that we're standing here and we're alluding to federal law enforcement agents who don't want to be identified. But that's where we are. We know how to go about doing it. So without going into specific timelines, I can tell you that we were apprised of the shooting by the Houston Police Department while the scene was still active. We were also apprised that we were not invited onto that scene. And so it was hours and hours and hours after the scene was, what we say in law enforcement, clear, before our investigators were allowed to get onto the scene. The second that happened, we began our data collection, our evidence collection that is continuing today. We have investigators and prosecutors out in that vicinity right now while I'm up here talking to you in order to continue to investigate.
I'm wondering if you could kind of go into a little detail about sort of the state of APD right now, since they're sort of probably the front line and having to deal with all this stuff. It's why all the ICs already pretty much probably left the area. So how do you kind of maintain that?
So I think that question is probably better asked of Chief Diaz and the command staff over there.
Man, Donald Trump and his goons been murdering people across the whole nation. They've murdered people in Los Angeles, Chicago, Minnesota, Maine, Houston, Texas, probably Alligator, Alcatraz. Straight up crimes against humanity, y'all.
We my office and myself speak almost daily with HPD. We have a very, very close working relationship with them. I know to a person they are doing everything they can to ensure the safety of the community from every potential avenue. So, yeah, how they're going to deal with what is obviously a ramping up, an uptick of ICE enforcement here, that's something they're going to have to answer.
As journalists, of course, part of our job is to also investigate, and we've gone from more to residents. And we've also have seen camera footage that has been released, but we also have seen.
Damn, that's sad, Tish. Yeah.
Certain instances, including that intersection.
Not surprised.
Is there anything that you can provide to us in the sense that you guys also have some sort of assurance that those cameras are working and that you guys are also looking to them?
So I would love to stand up here and tell the public everything we've done. What I can assure you is, like I said earlier, we're the third largest county in the United States. I have over 100 sworn officers that are investigators inside my office. We have almost 400 prosecutors. We are one of the most proactive investigative DA's offices in the United States. We are conducting this investigation as thoroughly as any investigation that I've been a part of since I started as an intern here in 2005. All that being said, with almost 5 million residents, it's why Commissioner Ellis and the Commissioner's Court understand the need for supplemental funding on this, because I've got enough people to do our everyday things. In pretty short order, I'm going to need to move some of the investigators that we have tasked 24/7 right now to collecting evidence in this back to the things that we're asking them to do every day. So I would love to tell you everything we're getting. I'm not going to, because I know the end of this is so important, but rest assured, if surveillance is to be gotten, we're getting it. Boom, and then boom.
I was wondering if you could speak big picture. You talked to a lot of people in that community. There's still a lot of fear. You, I think, laid out things very well about the fact that the federal government is not helping with the investigation. There's distrust of law enforcement overall because of how ICE is acting in this community. Can you speak to how that impacts the relationship between law enforcement and the local community, and how it would impact your job in trying to prosecute and trying to get witness statements and trying to get people to come forward when that trust has, I don't know what word to describe it, but it is possibly broken because of how ICE is acting?
Yeah, I think that is probably one of the things that we've lost in these discussions. Whatever the stated reason for ICE's tactics over the last almost 2 years to reduce crime or whatever it is having the 180-degree opposite effect in Harris County. It is making it more difficult for my office to prosecute violent offenders and hold them accountable, whether or not their targets and their victims were documented or not. We have sexual assaults of children that I can't prosecute because the outcry witness is too scared to participate. We have aggravated robbery victims who will not come forward and call the police because of their status, allowing people out there to prey on victims without any repercussions. We are not able to hold violent criminals accountable as well because of the tactics of ICE. Full stop. That is absolutely what's happening. And if you look across the board, the undocumented population in this country commits crimes at a lower rate than any other population. They're scared to get speeding tickets. We created a solution without, quite frankly, a problem compared to the rest of the population. And so, at the end of the
Oh man, Trump and Stephen Pimplehead Miller are out there trying to do the final solution. They want everyone to look like Jeff Bezos.
This is having the wrong effect. It's making it more difficult for us to hold back the criminals accountable.
I know you were saying you want to get into specifics on what exactly.
But we're going to keep talking about specifics. I get it.
Has your office gotten access to the search on this man? If not, is there a point where you would take legal action to get access?
So we are still trying to get access to a number of key pieces of evidence. What those pieces are, I'm not going to go into. We are going to continue to request. We are going to continue to ask. At some point, it becomes a place where we stop asking and we start asking district court judges in state court and federal court to grant us access. So where that line is something for people smarter than me inside my office to tell me, but rest assured, as I said earlier, there is no avenue that we're not going to go down in order to get a full and complete picture of what happened. Okay.
One more. It might take months or years to figure out. Is there a particular distinction point on what separates months and years? Is this video footage, participation?
There are a number of different things that will really contribute to the length of time of this investigation. Certainly, it's the collaboration and cooperation of the federal government. That's going to either shrink or lengthen the time that we are going to be investigating before we make a decision and present this to a grand jury. But there's also a number of other things as well that having been a part of this for a long time, I can tell you, we can't anticipate right now how evidence is going to play out. I mean, you can't work backwards from this. We've got to continue to follow the evidence and go where it takes us. And however long it takes, I have the utmost confidence in Commissioner Ellis and the rest of our court to continue to support us, because every one of us understands how incredibly important it is to get to the bottom and get answers for the community.
So I want to thank Commissioner for your office of being here and her for her support. And I want to say this about our DA. A lot of district attorneys, if something like this happened in that community, would talk about what they could not do. This district attorney has told you today he's going to do what he can do. So if you have other questions, his team is very transparent. They're real good.
All right, that's the end of that press conference that happened earlier this morning in Houston regarding the guy that Trump's Gestapo goons executed. RIP. All right, let's go check out a press conference. They're going to give, looks like in Minnesota, they gave an update today on a couple of other people that were executed by Trump's Gestapo goons. Renee Good and Alex Preddy shootings update. All right, this came out this morning. Let's see what this is all about. This is just 20 minutes long, so we'll check this out. All right, this is titled Update on Renee Good and Alex Preddy shootings. This came out this morning.
Thanks for joining us on KARE 11 News Now.
Thank you all for being here today. I'm Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty, and I'm proud to be here today with our team. Attorney General Keith Ellison was unavailable to be here today. We are now in July, which marks 6 months since Renee Good and Alex Preddy were shot and killed by federal officers, and Julio Sosa Solis was shot and injured, also by a federal officer. 6 months of relentless collective effort by our office, the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, and Attorney General Keith Ellison's office to obtain and review all of the evidence in these cases.
What are you talking about, pussyfoot? I have a bartender friend, and I asked him what the word 86, what the number 86 means, And he says it means to throw it in the trash. So that's pretty much where the orange turd belongs, is in the dumpster.
I am proud to announce that we have reached another important milestone in our work. Through the cooperation of our federal partners, we have obtained the hard drives of previously withheld evidence in the killings of Renee Good and Alex Preddy and the shooting of Julio Sosa Solis. We have also obtained some of the physical evidence that was previously withheld, including Renee Good's car. Our lawyers are working collaboratively with the BCA, the Attorney General's Office, and our federal partners to facilitate ongoing evidence exchange. The BCA has also shared its files on these cases with the U.S. Attorney's Office. I want to thank our federal partners for their willingness to consider changing course, to share evidence and promote public trust. Obtaining this evidence has been a priority for us since January 7th. It has been rightfully demanded by our community for the past 6 months. The collective effort from our staff, the Attorney General's Office, and the BCA to make this happen is staggering. We are incredibly grateful for the ongoing pro bono support we've received from the Washington Litigation Group and the Institute for Constitutional Advocacy and Protection at Georgetown. I have been consistent that we have not prejudged any of these instances, and also that we need transparency. We need cooperation. Our community needs it. Alex Preddy and Renee Good's families deserve it. Julio Sosa Solis deserves it. Our democracy requires it. For the 2 cases where we have filed charges against federal officers, we reached those decisions after thorough, fair, and complete review of the available evidence. After receiving this evidence, we immediately began to analyze it in the context of the evidence that we already had. This analysis is ongoing, and it will be every bit as thorough, fair, and complete. We are committed to seeing this through, to making a decision and being transparent about it, no matter where the evidence takes us. Before I close, I want to thank...
I knew it was only a matter of time before a maggot cult member said something about her appearance. I just knew it. Maggot cult members can't take them out in public anywhere.
Team that is standing here with me today.
All they are is just disrespectful, immature losers.
And others who could not be here, who have worked many, many hours to get us to this point. Questions? Ernesto?
Can you tell us whether the information you obtained...
What's up, Captain Homer?
I'm wondering if you can shed light on what pain.
This is an update press conference on the Renee Good and Alex Preddy execution-style murders at the hands of Donald Trump and his Gestapo goons.
What level was it on the White House?
So your first question is, did the evidence that we received identify the names of the agents who shot and killed Alex Preddy? I'm going to defer to the BCA on that. We are trying to follow the protocols that we would follow if deadly force was used against a community member by a Minnesota law enforcement agent. That is typically released by the BCA, so I'll just defer to the BCA. I want to talk in general in response to your second question there about how this began, who's responsible for it. From January 7th, I've been consistent in saying that all of us here locally wanted to do the same thing that we have done in every other case, which was to share information, to do joint investigations. We had that agreement for a period of time, and then it was stopped. I will say the conversations have never stopped happening between the local agencies here, including the FBI, the BCA, our office, the U.S. Attorney's Office. So those conversations never stopped. And I'm grateful that our federal partners came to this place where they realized that getting back to normal, because this is what this really is. This is getting back to normalcy, which we all have wanted. We were trying to do that since Renee Good was shot, and now we're back to that place. Lou?
I don't want to give like a hard timeline, but can you give the public a kind of an idea of what this changes as far as, I mean?
Well, I sent Pussyfoot Productions back to Jonestown, but he'll probably be back with his alt account.
Of a decision of whether or not charges, and then just to piggyback on that, is there conversation with the U.S. Attorney's Office about them potentially charging, or is that completely?
So the question is about, does this change the timing in terms of when or whether our office is able to make a charging decision? So we got a voluminous amount of discovery, and we began looking at that last week. We continue to look at it. I've always been transparent about this. I've never promised any deadlines because those would be artificial. We will be thorough, we will be complete, and we will make a decision. We will be very public about that. The wonderful thing is now is we have all the evidence. We don't have to speculate about what we don't have. So that certainly makes our analysis, our examination much easier once we're able to get through the volume of information.
I don't know. Last I checked, the orange turd rolled out the red carpet for Putin. Sounds like he's a communist lover to me, just like all his maggot followers. Maggot cult members.
Excuse me, what was that? What condition? Well, we got hard drives. The question is, what condition was the evidence in? There's been a lot of We're in the process of going through all that evidence. We did get the hard drives from our federal partners. That includes statements, that includes body-worn camera. We got, the BCA currently has Renee Good's car. That has been analyzed. We are not.
Yeah, I remember watching that. I remember watching the live stream that day of all that. I remember seeing her car getting put on the flatbed truck and getting towed away. They didn't even put like a tarp on it or nothing. They just drove it on the freeway and contaminated all the evidence.
Point now to be able to talk about the state of any of the evidence. We are thoroughly looking at it to make sure to actually see what we have and put things together. Max. Question is, do we have the guns, the physical evidence? The BCA has been able to obtain much of the physical evidence. We are in the process of inventorying that and seeing what we have. Esme? This has been an ongoing process. These conversations actually never stopped from when Renee Good was shot and killed. We have continuously been having conversations. And if you want to look at the conversations or get kind of an overview of those, you can look at our federal lawsuit, because we do document in there the conversations that we've been having. So in some respect, they never stopped. I believe we received the first evidence here about a week and a half to 2 weeks ago. I can't give you an exact date because this has just been ongoing for weeks. Yes, thank you. I was like, what month are we in here? Yes, it was. It was. Jeff.
I don't know if you can speak to it. And other times, felt like they investigate close to getting evidence or getting this investigation. They were part of Washington, D.C. Is Washington, D.C. a whole?
The question is about what role, if any, did Washington, D.C., the administration, play in this? I can't answer that question. Our conversations have been with our local partners, the U.S. Attorney's Office, the FBI, the BCA. We have all been working together, and I can't speak to the conversations that the federal government has had.
All right, so this press conference is kind of weird because the volume's like in and out, so we'll move on. But pretty much this whole press conference is, in a nutshell, is like pretty much Donald Trump and his goons are hiding all the evidence. They don't want to be held accountable for their crimes against humanity. So we'll just have to wait for for some more like Senate hearings or something, or pretty much just for the midterms, you know, blue wave tsunami, impeach, remove, and imprison, all these, the whole circus, especially the clown orange turd. All right, so there was a shooting earlier, I think this morning in Maine. They murdered another person, and then there was kind of like a rally over there between all the residents. Let's go check that out. So this happened earlier today in Maine in response to the murder of one of the community members over there by Donald Trump's Gestapo goons.
Democracy always wins, people. Because make no mistake, this is not only a Colombian tragedy, this is an American tragedy. This is an American tragedy. Absorb blow after blow in Minneapolis, in Houston, in California, and now here in Biddeford, Maine. Beautiful town right by the coast. We're not addition to this country. We're not afterthoughts. We are the ones who built it. Black hands, brown hands, white hands, side by side. We're not a melting pot. Let me remind all of us. We're not a melting pot. We are a beautiful mosaic. A mosaic, but every price keeps its color, its shape, its story, and together we form something whole. So tonight, one key.
Let me forward a little bit. I think he gets a better view. All right, here we go.
And we were told they were gone, but we all know that.
All right, this was after the shooting that happened earlier today in Maine. They all got together and did this.
He did not leave, and we have heard the stories over the last couple of months as they have continued their quiet surge in the state of Maine. And now this morning, I was talking to my friend Victoria, who was walking at 7 o'clock this morning. She was walking her dog. She was getting ready to go to work. And she heard gunshots. And at first she didn't know what they are. She didn't know what she had heard. Because we live in Maine, we live in pretty safe communities. We don't actually know what gunshots sound like. And she soon saw police vehicles driving quickly to the scene. That she started to hear in the news media what had happened. And we all know that's why we're here. A 26-year-old father was shot by this country. And it is a shame. And it's a tragedy. And we know that he had a valid work permit, but regardless of what his status was or who he was, nobody deserves to be shot for driving down the street. American citizens, immigrants, our neighbors, they deserve safety here in the state of Maine. They deserve safety in our country. So we call for ICE out of Maine. 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 It was already said very well. They were going to have to stand up for our immigrant neighbors in the I am sorry to the people of Biddeford. I am sorry to the people of the state of Maine. I am sorry to all of the children of this country who have to grow up in a time in which we are watching fathers be shot down in the street.
Hey, what's up, Futarucci? Good to see you. Hope you're having a good Monday. What's up, everyone? Hope everyone's having a good Monday. What's up, Amber? What's up, Futarucci? What's up, y'all? Thanks for tuning in, hanging out. We're watching this rally that happened today in protest of the execution-style murder by Trump's Gestapo goons in Maine this morning.
Just a couple of blocks from here. I'm a mom of 2 teenage kids. This is not what I wanted for their future. This is not what I want for our children's future. So we have to take our country back.
Hell yeah, blue wave tsunami, let's go.
We want ICE out. We want peace. We want to take our country back. And I want every one of you to keep fighting until we do that. So one last. ICE out of Maine. ICE out of Maine. ICE out of Maine. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Maine. My name is Ryan Fecto. I am the Speaker of the House, and I have the honor and privilege of representing House District 132, which is right here in downtown Biddeford. I have been reeling with what could possibly be said to capture a moment as grave and as horrifying and as disgusting as what we have seen here in our community, just blocks from where I live. And there are so few words that truly capture what so many of us are feeling. There's so many emotions. For me, I put this moment into context by my own experience living and growing up right here in the city of Biddeford. And I think it's important that we capture just for a second what this community is. This is a community that was built by immigrants. Those mills that stand in the center of our city were built by immigrants. My grandparents came here in 1964 with my dad from Quebec to work in those textile mills with other immigrants. We are a community of immigrants. We have always been a community of immigrants. We will always be a community of immigrants no matter what we face, no matter what they try to do. We will continue to be a community that was founded by, built by, for immigrants. Whether the Franco-Americans who called this place home for many decades, or the Albanians who also were here. And one of the things that I always find so inspiring is if you go to Woodlawn Cemetery here in Biddeford, there's a part of the cemetery where you distinctly know the gravestones because they're all turned towards Beckham. Biddeford had a large Albanian population when these textile mills were roaring. And we also were home to the first mosque in the United States. So we were French Catholic, we were Albanian Muslim, we are Albanian Muslim today, we are French Catholic today, we are many things today because we have always welcomed the other. We have always been welcoming to our neighbors, and we will not stop. We will not stop. This is my message to the federal government. Get out of our state. Get out of our city. We welcome the other here. We welcome immigrants here. We are a welcoming state. We will not change. We will not change for Donald Trump or anyone else. This is a place that welcomes our neighbors.
Hey, Sarah, if I was about to say the same to you, looks like you're in Qatar. Looks like your account originated in Qatar.
And just one final message, and I think Hannah Pingree made this note at the very end of what she had just said. That I know that there are our neighbors, many of our neighbors who are scared today. They've been scared for months, let's be frank. There are children, especially, who I'm sure are feeling like this is a big thing. This is all encompassing. This is all they can think of. They go to school with anxiety. They go outside with anxiety. They're not sure who to trust in our communities. That is a very sad thing. I know, I remember, I'm a little young, so I do remember what it was like. And I remember how things can feel so heavy. And so when I heard this news this morning, my first thought was for the children of our state, the kids in our communities. And I want them to know, and I think you're going to help me, let them know that we are here for them. And so I want you to say that with me. We are here for you. 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 Wherever you are, if you're here tonight, if you're at home, if you're scared, it won't matter because we will always be here for you. Thank you.
Please join us in one last song. The lyrics are this. We are the movement, liberation moving for every single human we have come to win. Okay? We are the movement, liberation moving for every single human we have come to win. We are the movement, liberation moving every single human we have come to win. Louder! We are the movement, liberation moving for every single human we have come to win. We are the movement, liberation moving for every single human we have come to win. Last time we are the movement, liberation moving.
That's cool. The whole community got together and rallied for the guy's death, you know.
We have come to win.
See, check it out. These are real patriots right here, or just people with good hearts, you know. These are just people like straight up with just good hearts.
Silence as we welcome our last speaker to just close out the evening with us. So if everybody could just find a minute, peace, hug someone next to you, smile at someone next to you, cry with someone next to you.
Let's see who the last speaker is.
Chidam, and I'm Executive Director for the Main Eagle Rights Coalition.
Wait, who's this lady?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Bedford. Thank you. My name is Fufalo Chitam, and I'm the Executive Director for the Maine Eagle Rights Coalition. When I came to the United States in 2000, I naturalized in 2005. When I naturalized in 2005, this is the America that I wanted to be a part of. So thank you. Thank you for showing up today. Thank you for standing with immigrants in our state, in our town. Thank you. Your support is felt by the immigrants who can't simply come out here. But thank you for standing in the gap, and thank you for being out. Thank you for reminding us why we wanted to come to the United States. This is why we wanted to come to the United States. Our coalition members are supporting each other, are supporting the immigrant community, and you are here as an extension of who we are. So please bear with us. If you have called us, if you have sent us an email, we will be able to respond to you. But bear with us. We are trying. We are the impacted community, but we are also in the front lines. So please bear with us. But thank you for holding us when we can't hold ourselves. So for today, please remember your neighbors. Remember us. But also, please talk to whoever is your leader, somebody that is running, somebody that is an elected official. Please remind them that we need eyes out of Maine. The next coming days are going to be very difficult for the family, so if you can please bear with them. We are trying as much as possible to support them. We're trying as much as possible to keep things, that they do not want out there. But please bear with them. We will make sure that we're standing in the gap and be their voice. So please reach out to us. Thank you for the volunteers that have been supporting our hotline. Please keep supporting us. Mutual aid, we have the Solidarity Fund, we have the Immigration for Human Rights, we have Community Project Relief. Please keep supporting them. ICE has not left Maine. If you thought ICE has left Maine, today is a reminder that ICE is still here. So please continue supporting our systems, and our ecosystem is still very grassroots, but we are here because of who you are. So thank you for your funding. Thank you for days like this, and thank you for coming out tonight.
Thank you all for being here tonight. We ask you to leave some peace, take some peace. Just remember that we're doing this together and we need to take care of each other. We would like everybody to stay and find that moment of peace, but please, if we can do that in ways that are safe and perhaps disperse before dark, so we're not creating more unsafe situations. But for now, thank you for all being here. Thank you for continuing this work.
All right, so that was like a rally kind of press conference that they held in Maine after that shooting. So we'll see what happens in the coming days. So let's move on. Let's go see what's up with. Hey, what up, everyone? Happy Monday. Just checking out some current event stuff, with YouTubeville, so appreciate everyone that's hanging out, sharing your opinions. Looks like so everything that I'm playing is stuff that happened as of today.
Here.
So far, we've watched Donald Trump, Gavin Newsom, updates on these ICE murders, on these Gestapo, these Trump's Gestapo goons, and their crimes against humanity. So let's move on. Let's go check out James Talarico made a move today. Let's go see what he had to say. Let's go see if I can find it. All right, here it is. Let's see. When does he pull up? All right.
Big Bend, one of the most. Thank you.
All right. So this is titled. This came out this morning. This is titled "James Talarico Unveils His Border Security Plan." Let's see what he has to say.
Well, thank all of you for being here. Welcome to Big Bend, one of the most sacred regions in the state of Texas. I'm here with local elected officials, local law enforcement, local business owners. Some of us are Democrats, some of us are Republicans, some of us are independents, but we all believe in three things. We need strong border security. We love Big Bend, and we're opposed to this Big Bend border wall. That's why, with the support of these local border leaders, I'm announcing my plan for common sense border security. We need to hire more Border Patrol agents to stop illegal crossings. We have to hire more immigration judges to relieve the asylum backlog and weed out fraudulent asylum claims. We need to take advantage of modern surveillance technology to detect unauthorized crossings and ensure that we are keeping this border secure. And we got to make sure that ICE is focusing its resources on deporting those who mean to do us harm, not moms and babies and our hardworking neighbors. And finally, we have to stop this corrupt border wall through Big Bend and focus our resources on physical barriers where they're actually needed. A border wall through Big Bend would be a monument to corruption. This construction of this useless wall has already been filled with no-bid contracts and backroom deals. Just one contract to just one out-of-state for-profit corporation is going to cost taxpayers $1.7 billion. That's the most expensive contract for border wall construction in Texas history. And it's going to the least trafficked section of the entire southern border and through one of the most sacred parts of Texas. That is the opposite of common sense. And it's what we are standing together to oppose. We have so much more work to do on this issue. I think Joe Rogan said it best. They're doing this for a nice contract. We need more Border Patrol agents. We need more immigration judges. We need more surveillance technology. Both parties have failed us on our border. Most Texans don't want open borders. Most Texans don't want this corrupt border wall. What we want, what we need is common sense border security, and we need it today. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. We do have the experts behind me, and so if you have a question for one of them, please let us know. And I will tell the local officials behind me if I say something inaccurate, please feel free to correct me and jump in. Well, part of why we're doing this tour of border communities is to show off the beauty, show off the rich culture of these communities. Many of you know that my mom grew up in Laredo. Some of you know that I come out to Big Bend every year. So the border means a lot to me personally. And too often politicians come down here to demonize, to weaponize, to grandstand for their own benefit. And it hurts our local businesses. It hurts our border communities. We're trying to do the opposite with this tour. We're trying to show off the beauty, the culture, the opportunities that are here in our border communities all throughout Texas. And I think we need more elected officials in both parties who are willing to listen to these local officials, who are willing to support and have their backs in Washington, D.C. We haven't seen that. Again, this is a problem in both parties. It's why you've got Democrats and independents and Republicans up here, because both parties have failed us on the border. I have said that Joe Biden and his administration failed us on our southern border. That is clear. And I think these officials would say the same thing. And now we're seeing a different kind of extremism with this corrupt border wall. What most Texans, and I think what most Americans want, is a common sense approach to border security. One that ensures we have enough Border Patrol agents, we have enough technology, we have enough judges to be able to have an orderly, safe process on our southern border. That's not what we have now. I think it's what most Texans want, and they're frustrated that they can't seem to get that from either party. They can't seem to get that from any of our elected officials. I hope that this is the beginning of changing that. Yeah. I mean, you just heard from some local business owners here in the region about how devastating this wall would be. As you mentioned, a lot of our communities here in the Big Bend region depend on tourism. They depend on visitors from across Texas, people like me coming from Central Texas to get away and experience this natural beauty, and people across the country who come and visit the parks. And I'm worried about what this senseless border wall would do to our tourism here in the region, what it would do to our local economies that we should be supporting and growing and cultivating, not attacking with political useless border walls. And I think that's something that we need in both political parties across the political spectrum. I'm curious if anybody up here has anything to add on the business stuff. If any of our business owners want to add anything.
I would just say this, as a local business owner here, this is it's an attack on the American dream of being a small time entrepreneur. It may not be devastating to the billion-dollar corporations and that, but to the average person who creates jobs, which really does provide a huge driver of this economy, we are very much just disregarded with the border wall. I mean, we are 100% tourism business. Brewster County is largely dependent on tourism dollars as well. And people come here because it's beautiful, because it's serene, and because of the nature. They don't come here for any industrialized anything. And in fact, I bet you escape Central Texas to get away from the modernization and the industrialization. And therefore, why bring any of that out here? It will do nothing to increase security, and it will do everything to destroy the economy and the local businesses that support tourism.
And, Sheriff Cleveland talked about the $7 billion. You think about if we spent that $7 billion on the surveillance technology that our law enforcement needs, if we spent some of that money on investing in the needs in these communities, we could take the Big Bend region to the next level. And I think that's what we all want. We want it to be more prosperous. We want it to be safer. We want it to attract more tourism. And I think we could do that if we were spending these tax dollars wisely, not wasting them on a useless wall. And again, I just want to emphasize, a physical barrier does make sense in parts of our southern border, especially in the high traffic areas. But this is the least trafficked area along the whole southern border. And so it makes no sense at all. And it's why you're seeing people in both political parties. It's why you're seeing law enforcement, elected officials, business owners all speaking out against it. In these divided times, it's rare to see that.
All right, so that was a James Talarico press conference over there making moves and making Texas great again. Check that out, guys. We got Texas. Texas turned blue. All right, let's move on. Let's go check out let's go see what's up with the homie Jim McGovern.
It's
all right, here we go. All right, so this was from the House Rules Committee earlier today. Here's Jim McGovern. Let's see what he has to say. I like this guy.
A resolution that was just handed out. And once again, the resolution that was just handed out. And once again, it seems like Republicans are trying to merge or attach the SAVE Act to an unrelated bill.
All right, this This is Jim McGovern talking about the failed, the unconstitutional, and the illegal Save the Maggot Act.
The resolution that was just handed out, and once again, it seems like the Republicans are trying to merge or attach the SAVE Act to an unrelated bill before sending it to the Senate. And so let me be clear. I think the SAVE Act is an awful, terrible, rotten bill. It's not about election security. It's about relitigating Donald Trump's loss in 2020. Can't seem to handle it. And it's about making it more difficult for people to vote, my constituents and your constituents as well. But the last time you tried this, I explained to Congressman Luna and anyone else who watches the Rules Committee exactly why this scheme accomplishes absolutely nothing. It is just a big waste of time. It's essentially show business to think that you're actually moving something forward in a way that will get it over the finish line when you all know it's not the case. So let me be clear. The Senate will just strip the SAVE Act out. We all know that. Merging it with this bill or any bill does not prevent that. Nothing in this rule will prevent that. So with that, Madam Chair, I just want to ask you, why are we doing this? Can you explain how this is any different from the failure 2 weeks ago?
Mr. McGovern, I really wish you'd let us know next time how you feel about the rule. I'm not sure your comments were clear.
I'll try to be clearer in the future.
Thank you very much. We believe that this is one way for us to move forward this week to accomplish a couple of things, get the SAVE Act passed again out of the House, and move along this other legislation that needs to be moved along. And we appreciate very much your counseling, Ms. Luna.
No, I said at my opening statement, this is rerun week. I mean, we've been down this road before, and anyway, I just find it interesting that anyone would be bought off by a strategy that everybody knows will not work. I'm also seeing that this rule includes several bills that the Rules Committee already considered. These bills were in recent rules that either failed on the House floor or were pulled because they would have failed on the House floor. Can you give us assurances that this time will be different? Do you have the votes to get this rule passed?
Well, we hope very much. We live as optimistic people on the majority side on the Rules Committee, although we've had disappointments in the past, but we certainly believe that we have bills that should be brought to the floor the rule should be brought to the floor for a vote, and the bills within the rule be brought to the floor for a vote. So we're very optimistic.
And I also noticed that for some reason, your new rule does not include making HRes 1383 in order, which celebrates the 1-year anniversary of Republicans passing their big ugly bill to cut Medicaid by $1 trillion, cut SNAP by $200 billion. I mean, cut so many essential programs by billions of dollars. Is there a reason why this rule does not include your non-binding resolution?
Well, we think that this is a full agenda for the week.
So might we see that rear its ugly head again in the future?
Well, you'll have to wait and see.
Well, okay. Well, having said that, I do have an amendment to the rule.
You're recognized.
I move the committee strike section 7 of the rule, which would provide for the consideration of HR 9237, the Take Care of America's Veterans Act, under a closed rule. And Madam Chair, last July, Republicans voted to give the military more than $150 billion without any offsets. The DoD still has over $90 billion unspent. And instead of using any of those billions, this bill would instead cut benefits for veterans with tinnitus or sleep apnea and raise fees on VA home loans to pay for it. It's a bad policy. We went through this the last time this was brought up. You all know that. And that's why it still hasn't made it to the floor despite including it in a failed rule 2 weeks ago. This shouldn't come to the floor right now. there is significant opposition amongst our veterans community over this bill. And we have an opportunity to pull it and to go back to committee, and not rob Peter to pay Paul, not make veterans pay for an additional benefit, quite frankly, that they're entitled to. And so I would urge the members of this committee to support this. I mean, this is not ready to go to the floor. This is not a piece of legislation that is worthy of this House. And I would urge a yes vote on my motion, and I would yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Is there further debate on Mr. McGovern's motion?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Leisure-Fernandez.
Madam Chair, I'd like to note that similar to the last time we discussed this bill, we have in the room with us many veterans of foreign wars, and they are here proudly wearing their, who's the proper word, hat? Proudly wearing the hat that says the state that they're from, and that they are proud members of the VFW. And I know that's because you have served. You've put your life at risk. And I would just, if the chair would indulge me, ask how many of you are in favor of the Richard Starr Act? The Richard Starr, Major Richard Starr. I'd like to note that every veteran that was identified with their VFW cap raised their hand. And I think that that's the kind of dedication that they have come here today to the Rules Committee to express their support for that approach to addressing the needs for meeting our obligations to provide benefits to the veterans who have served us across the seas. I support the amendment and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Leisure-Fernandez.
All right, so that was Jim McGovern over there. Let's go see what's up with the homie Ma'am Danny. Yeah, Ma'am Danny did a press conference today. Let's see what's up with this. Before we do Ma'am Danny, let's play this for the MAGA cult members real quick, because every once in a while they need a reminder. Every once in a while they need a reminder of who Donald Trump really is. His best friend Jeffrey Epstein. So there's Donald Trump having a good time with his best friend over there. He even said he was a great guy. All right, let's go check out Ma'am Danny. This is Ma'am Danny from this morning. Mayor Ma'am Danny holds press conference to make a technology announcement. All right, here we go. Fast forward a little bit. When does he pull up? Oh, here he is.
I passed when she slowed down. It's a race. You passed when she slowed down here.
Good morning, everyone.
The Trumpstein Files.
It is a pleasure to be here today at New York City's biggest speedway, the Coney Island Go-Kart Track, to speak about how we are making city government faster and more efficient for the working people who call our beautiful city their home. And I want to acknowledge we have a number of leaders here, both inside and outside of city government. We have our Deputy Mayor, Julia Kirsten. We have our Commissioner and Chief Technology Officer of OTI, Lisa Galopter. We have the President of the Rockefeller Foundation, Raj Shah. We have our City Councilwoman and Chair of the Technology Committee, Carmen De La Rosa, who's here with us. We also have our Chair of the State Senate Internet and Technology Committee, Kristen Gonzalez, as well as our Associate General Counsel for DCWP, Andy Schwenk, members of our Tech Transition Committee, and we want to thank Luna Park for having us here today. Now, allow me for just a moment to turn back the clock. It is early August 1994. I'm not quite 3 years old. Pulp Fiction is dominating the box office. Sony is gearing up to release the first ever PlayStation. And the Indianapolis Motor Speedway is humming with the kind of energy that only comes with a moment that will go down in history. It is the inaugural Brickyard 400, a race that has drawn the largest crowd NASCAR has ever seen. And Jeff Gordon is speeding towards victory, thanks in no small part to his revolutionary pit crew, the Rainbow Warriors. Unlike the other crews out on the speedway that day, the Rainbow Warriors were not your average mechanics. No, they were an organized team who trained together, practiced together, learned together, who transformed pitting into an art and pushed one another to a new standard of excellence. Today, I am proud to announce that City Hall is launching 5 of our very own game-changing pit crews, public interest technology crews, under the Office of Technology and Innovation. Driven by the same spirit of innovation and efficiency as the Rainbow Warriors, these pit crews will raise the bar for what New Yorkers can expect from City Hall. Each team will be comprised of product managers, designers, engineers, user researchers, and data experts. They will work closely with city agencies to launch digital solutions to government processes that have long been defined by piles of paperwork. And they will do so with a speed rarely seen in government. Instead of waiting years for new government technology, only for it to work slowly if it is not already frankly outdated by the time that it's released, our pit crews will move ideas to implementation in a matter of months. Last Friday, I announced that New York City will be enacting the nation's first ever click-to-hidden fees. Today, I'm proud to say that our first pit crew will be dedicated to making this rule a material reality for New Yorkers. They will work with DCWP to build an online portal where New Yorkers can file complaints against companies that trap their customers and subscriptions that are near impossible to cancel. The platform will not only provide recourse for New Yorkers who are being exploited, it will also provide a database that City Hall will use to hold violators accountable. And we will have 4 additional project-specific pit crews that will similarly make life more affordable for New Yorkers by making city platforms easier to use. One of these teams will be launched with support from the Rockefeller Foundation via the Mayor's Fund. We are deeply grateful for their partnership.
I can define communism. Communism is an orange turd of a president rolling out the red carpet for Putin.
But this work is not just about making city government more efficient. It is about improving the way that government works. In 2026, nearly all of the services City Hall offers New Yorkers are dispensed through digital platforms. Every confusing step and every dead-end portal makes it more difficult for government to deliver for New Yorkers and for New Yorkers to trust the government is working to deliver for them. Every straightforward experience New Yorkers have on city platforms rebuilds that trust. And our pit crews will help us do exactly that.
What's up,
So if
Sizzle?
you're an experienced product manager, software engineer, designer, or a technologist who wants to help make city government work better and faster, please apply to join one of our pit crews at nyc.gov/pit crew. In the words of Jeff Gordon, I've never believed in luck. If you perform well, execute, have a good race car, and a good race team, you're going to increase your chances dramatically of having better results. City Hall is building a team that performs well and executes well. You better believe that our chances of delivering better results for New Yorkers are increasingly dramatically as well. Thank you very much. Now it is my pleasure to introduce our OTI Commissioner and Chief Technology Officer, Lisa Galoter.
All right, let's forward it to see if Ma'am Danny takes any questions. But yeah, Ma'am Danny's over there making moves. He's already done more this year than Trump's done his whole life.
And now it is the Q&A portion.
All right, here we go.
Thank you so much.
Q&A time with Ma'am Danny.
Take some questions about today's announcement, and we also have our CTO available to answer questions as well. We'll start with Andrew Stiff from NBC. We can just wait for the microphone.
I've been on topic, but since the mayor is wiping his brow and took off his jacket and is already drinking water, if he wants to address the coming heat wave at the end of my on topic, that's up to the mayor. So my question is, if I understand correctly, there's something like $5.4 million baselined in the budget for this. So New Yorkers hear that and they might think, wait, aren't these guys supposed to make things more efficient? Why are they spending $5 million to make things more efficient? Can you convince someone who's skeptical at home that they need a pit crew, that this is money well spent?
Absolutely. Let's take the example of what the first pit crew will be doing. They will be focusing on operationalizing the click-to-cancel rule. The click-to-cancel rule is estimated to save New Yorkers more than $160 million a year when in operation. So if 1/5 of $5.4 million makes that rule a reality, and then it saves $160 million, it's an immense amount of money saved. And what we're also not measuring in the conversation around dollars is time and the stress that also comes from so many of these subscriptions. I am currently subscribed to something that I don't even know my login for, but they have my credit card information, and I don't know how to cancel it.
What is it?
It's a publication, and I'll leave it at that.
Is it a sanctioned publication?
But I think that is what gives you a sense of what these pit crews can make real. And I also really want to thank the Rockefeller Institute, because that contribution of $2 million, it really helps to bring this to life, and it shows that this is the bringing together of the public and the private at once for the benefit of all people who call the city home. And as I'm acknowledging that, I also want to acknowledge our soon-to-be Congressmember Brad Lander is also here with us in the crowd.
Other on-topic questions? Juliet, go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Mayor.
Hi, how are you?
Okay, thank you. So what is the timeline for the click to cancel? When would that be in place? And number two, where else do you see the greatest need in city agencies for better technological communication and access?
So we will be launching the first product by fall of this year, and I'm just going to pass it over to our Chief Technology Officer to offer a few additional details to your second question.
Thanks for the question. Yes, we are actually open to talking to all agencies. So one of the critical criteria on which we're selecting projects is that they are direct to New Yorkers, that they address a mayoral priority, and that the agencies are bought in, believe in it. And our whole point is to prove that change can happen and to demonstrate it and to use it to build on it. In terms of actual cost savings, I also want to say that the idea that we are now being so user first with these projects in particular, we are going to build the right things for the right people at the right time. So in of itself, that is also going to reduce waste to make sure. But so we are talking to all agencies, all comers, to make sure that, again, that people are getting their needs met and as quickly as they can. Thanks.
Thank you. On-topic question? All right, cool. We'll take off topics as well. We'll actually start with Kelly Mina over here at New York One.
It's Mena, but thank you. It's okay. I wanted to ask you, Mr. Mayor, last week, members of the DSA sent out a public letter to campaigns and officials to stop working with Morris Katz. Are you still planning to work with him? Also, this Sunday is the FIFA World Cup final. I know you're very invested. President Donald Trump is expected to be there. Do you plan to sit with him, talk with him? Those are my questions. Thanks.
I will continue to work with Morris Katz. He remains a top advisor of mine. And for Sunday's final, my focus will be on the game. And I anticipate just watching for 90 or 120 or maybe even penalties as well.
All right, we'll go to Miles from Bloomberg.
Morning, Mr. Mayor.
How's it going?
You are our first rapper mayor.
And as you can,
I saw your ad.
as you can imagine, two questions.
Please.
Were you there this weekend? Because Unc Mayor was there this weekend.
Saw the video.
And then I saw him in person. And then secondly, what do you make of what happened last night and sort of the fracas that was caused there?
I was not there this weekend, though I know that it was a moment that many New Yorkers are going to hold dear for years. Nas and Jay-Z performing together, it's incredible. And I know that there's just so many more moments that we could all be listing. And last night is something that we're going to follow up on, because I know that there were many New Yorkers who were delayed after there was a breach of security by those that didn't have tickets, and then it resulted in a multiple hour delay for many others. So that's something we'll follow up on. I mean, the first album I was ever given was a clean version of the Blueprint, which is unfortunate. I learned about the importance of freedom of expression. So, I mean, you know, H to the Izzo, Girls, those, I just remember that in the Jog-Proof Walkman, and then learning that there was actually an explicit version as well. I used to memorize the words too.
We'll go to Joe Anudo from Politico, and then Matt from The Post.
Hey, Mr. Mayor,
How you doing, brother?
Oh, pretty good. I wanted to ask you about the paraprofessional bill that's coming up in the council this week. They made some modifications. I believe it's the council members' legislation actually behind you. Can you give me an update? Do you support this new version of the legislation? And if not, can you give us a sense of anything you're doing to kind of express that to the council members?
Yeah, I think that paraprofessionals are a critically important part of our workforce, and I appreciate the councilwoman's leadership on highlighting that. I do also believe that the conversations around compensation are ones to be had at the negotiating table, and that'll continue.
Thank you. And then
I've been pretty honest about that, but my focus has been on the matters at hand.
Well, check that out, guys. We got a politician that's doing his job.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Hey, how's it going?
So why hasn't the homeless encampment near the Intrepid been cleared, especially after this new policy that they're supposed to be after 7 days? And then
Yeah, for sure, John. I'm over here in Los Angeles. I wish we could trade like baseball players. I wish we could trade Karen Bass for Mamdani.
there was a CBC report that showed the Empire State's share of nation's millionaires declined more than any other state from 2010 to 2022. If that had remained the same, the state would have collected $10.7 billion more in taxes in 2022.
Hey, what's up, Al? Good to see you.
The U.S. state has gained more residents from New York than it's lost to New York. So what is the city doing to attract more? And what conflicts do you see with taxes such as PAT and increasing more taxes when we're seeing flight already?
You know, the first time that I met Councilwoman Carmen De La Rosa was when we were both serving in the New York State Assembly. And that was the year when we were advocating to increase taxes on the wealthiest New Yorkers by raising income taxes on those who made more than $1 million across our city and state. And we were told then that if we were to do that, that we would have fewer millionaires in the years to come. And what we found is after passing that and raising billions of dollars that helped our state to finally meet the terms of the Campaign for Fiscal Equity, that we in fact had more millionaires than we had prior. So I think the conversation will always continue. I've been very clear about the fact that we live in the wealthiest city in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, and it's unacceptable that 1 in 4 New Yorkers are living in poverty. And I believe that the wealthiest can do a little bit more to ensure that everyone can afford to live here. And a little bit more, you know, when we're talking about the pied-à-terre tax, it's a tax on non-resident New Yorkers' secondary homes that are worth more than $5 million. I think that that's common sense. I think most New Yorkers feel the same way. And I look forward to continuing to advance a vision of our city that has room for everyone, because that's also what makes the city so incredible. And to your first question, so I want to first just go over what our administration's focus is, right? We are focused on connecting New Yorkers to shelter and on establishing a pipeline to stable housing, not just moving New Yorkers from one place to another place. And so we made it very clear at the beginning of this year that our approach was going to be one where we would have DHS outreach teams lead the work of conducting daily outreach to homeless New Yorkers who were living in an encampment following the notice of that encampment sweep. So those would be a full week's worth of daily engagements and outreach once that notice was provided. And the goal of that outreach is to ensure that we're building trust, that we're actually able to connect those New Yorkers with services, and that we can connect them with any other things that they need, whether it be medical care or whether it be housing support. And then by the 7th day, the notice, following the notice, the encampment will be cleared. And to the specific encampment that you brought up, we're going to look into the details.
I swear it's always Ma'am Danny and like Jasmine Crockett and Ilhan Omar that bring out like the MAGA tears in droves. They always come out of the woodworks and just start crying with their pants in a twist. That's hilarious. It's so predictable.
Got time for just one.
Like if you want to summon the maggots, all you got to do is play some Ilhan Omar, and they'll just pop out of nowhere like cockroaches.
Go, Sophia.
Hi, Mr. Mayor.
Hi, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Doing all right.
So you've said that safety, street safety specifically, will not be negotiated, and you've managed to complete a lot of projects that were delayed or canceled by your predecessor. But there's one that was removed, specifically 3 blocks of protected bike lane on Bedford Avenue. Considering the potential danger on those blocks, why are you waiting on fixing that bike lane?
On
Bedford Avenue.
So we are following up on a lot of the different projects that were either paused or canceled by the prior administration. And we are also looking to ensure that the way that we are going about doing so is one that is both in line with...
Hey, what's up, Rockster? Hey, how's it going? Happy Monday night. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, yeah, for sure. They're already disappearing back into the bush like Homer Simpson, burning all their MAGA hats. They know it's over. The very few that are still hanging on the sinking ship, are either pedo protectors or bigots or bots or all of the above.
Legal requirements, and also in line with ensuring that those projects will be durable for not just the short term, but the medium term and the long term. And I think just going back to your earlier point, we are an administration that believes there should not be a hierarchy of safety. Whether you are driving, whether you are walking, whether you are biking, whether you are using public transit, you should come to expect the same level of safety in our city. I don't know, Deputy Mayor, if there's anything you want to add. Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
And sorry, we're just going to do one more on Legionnaires from CBS 2.
Oh, the Legionnaires.
Yes. So to date, there are 59 confirmed cases and no deaths associated with this cluster. If you live, work, or have visited the area since late June and are experiencing flu-like symptoms, whether they be cough, fever, difficulty breathing, then we encourage New Yorkers to contact a healthcare provider. Now, I know that at some points when there are Legionnaires outbreaks, there are concerns about the use of water. I want to be very direct to New Yorkers that they are completely safe to drink tap water, to use it to shower, to bathe, to use their air conditioners. There is no concern from this outbreak about their ability to do so, whether they live in the area of the cluster or anywhere across New York City. And we've also just released the addresses of the buildings that had positive PCR tests. And that is the first time an administration has done so in a number of years, because we're looking to be as transparent as we can with New Yorkers about.
Oh yeah, midterms is going to be a blue wave tsunami, and all these maggots are going to get washed out to sea. So everyone, get your surfboards ready, going surfing.
Where we're seeing this outbreak, and I also do want to say a note of thank you to city workers who've been working around the clock on turning these tests around and on ensuring that New Yorkers know exactly what they need to know.
Thank you, everyone.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
To keep it really quick,
so
we're running late.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, Eric Klein? Good to see you. Hey, what's up, everyone? What's up, Grab? What's up, Eric Klein? What's up, BJ? What's up, Rockster? What's up, Sizzle? What up, JT? What's up, John? D-Mac? David Blackburn? Shot Slaughter? What up? What up, everyone? Hope you're all doing well. Thanks for hanging out, sharing your opinions.
I think the first thing that we are doing is looking to utilize every tool we can to both keep New Yorkers safe and move as quickly as possible in doing so. And that is going to continue whether as we're talking about this cluster or we're talking about in the future. And when it pertains to the Upper West Side, our health department is aware of a building independently conducting Legionella tests.
What's up? What's up, Rock James? Good to see you. Trump took another test. Oh man, yeah, that dude needs to go to like an old folks home. He needs to retire.
And they did so in their internal plumbing.
He's lost his mind.
Now, unrelated to the cluster of Legionnaires on the Upper East Side, and what the focus has been from the health department is on cooling towers in the Upper East Side. There is no cooling tower of this building on the Upper West Side. And the reason for that focus is typically those towers are the cause of this outbreak, but we're going to be following up on that building as well.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, so that concludes Ma'am Danny's speech from earlier today. So yeah, it looks like Ma'am Danny's doing more than Trump's done. Ma'am Danny's done more of this press conference than Trump's done like this whole year. All right, let's go see what's up with the Senate floor. Or let's see what else we got in the queue here. Let's see. Let's scroll. Hey, please hit the like button. Thanks. Hakeem Jeffries did a press conference today, but man, sometimes it's hard. I can't. Let's go see what Hakeem Jeffries has to say. All right, this is I guess they call him APAC Shakur. Let's see what he has to say.
Taxpayer dollars are being used by ICE to brutalize and kill American citizens and violently target law-abiding immigrant families and communities, including in Maine earlier today. Donald Trump promised that he was elected not to start wars in the Middle East, but to stop. He then turned around along with compliant Republicans and launched a reckless and costly war of choice in Iran that's ongoing and now has been taking place for more than 100 days with over $100 billion in taxpayer money being wasted, while leaving Iran in a stronger position than they were in before the war, and the American people economically in a weaker position, particularly as it relates to high gas prices. Donald Trump and the Republican majority in the House and the Senate has been a complete and total failure. Life hasn't gotten better under Republicans in Washington, D.C. It's gotten much worse. And as House Democrats, we continue to be committed to doing the things that are necessary to drive down the high cost of living, fix our broken healthcare system, get ICE under control, end the reckless and costly war of choice in the Middle East, and clean up corruption in this town. Question?
President Trump notified Congress of a new war
We have advanced multiple war powers resolutions up until this point, and we will continue to use every legislative tool available to end Donald Trump and the Republican reckless and costly war of choice in Iran.
Is the litigation adoption process
What's in front of us right now relates to the legislative process and the appropriations process, and the notion that Republicans are prepared as early as this Wednesday to move another budget to give the so-called Department of War more than $75 billion at least to continue Operation Epic Failure in the Middle East. And I'm pretty confident that every single House Democrat will strongly oppose this effort, and the same will take place in the Senate. And what we need to do is to stop this effort, to use taxpayer dollars to continue this failed war in the Middle East that the American people have rejected from the beginning, and have soured on even more over the last several months.
Thanks, Mr. Leonard. The Grand Platinum of the recess dropped out of the main Senate race. Just said he dropped out of the main Senate race. Your reaction to that? Are there any lessons that can be learned going forward as far as vetting candidates, no matter what seat they're running for?
I issued a statement relative to him dropping out, urging him to end his campaign immediately. That's been done.
Hey, what's up, Sunrise?
And now it's in the hands of the people of Maine to decide who will be the best Democratic nominee to flip that seat and defeat Susan Collins. At the same period of time, when it comes to our efforts in the House to flip the handful of seats that will be needed in order for us to start to end this national nightmare in the United States of America and take back control of the House. We've had incredible candidates step forward and emerge all across the country, including combat veterans, doctors, farmers, educators, smoke jumpers, firefighters, law enforcement officers, and even a Tejano music star in South Texas. We have incredible candidates all across the country, and it's one of the many reasons why I'm confident that on that first Tuesday in November, we're going to take back control of the House of Representatives.
One of those flip opportunities is Michigan's 7th District. The Congressional Black Caucus over the weekend put out a statement saying anyone supporting Will Lawrence, one of the left-wing candidates running, should denounce their support via hateful comments, they said. Do you agree with what the Congressional Black Caucus PAC said? What are your thoughts on that Democratic primary?
I haven't had a conversation with the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus or the chair of the PAC, but those comments were brought to my attention and they are deeply disturbing.
Thank you. Have you had the chance to meet with Brad Linder or any other New York progressive winners since their primaries?
Yes, I've talked to several of them, and I have more to say about it in the future.
Thank you. Late Senator Lindsey Graham was known for his ability to work across the aisle. But then we have Schumer, we have Pelosi, Joe Biden, Senator John McCain. And this is like old guard politicians who were able to work within the culture where bipartisan relationships were possible and often necessary. So what are your views on the state of bipartisanship today in America, and how do you intend as a leader to guard those values going forward?
Well, let me again offer thoughts and prayers and condolences to the family of Lindsey Graham, to his friends, to his loved ones, to his Senate colleagues, and of course to his constituents. We disagreed on a whole host of issues, but he was someone who was committed to a lifetime of service. And on occasion, I think, particularly when he was closely aligned with...
Yeah, Lindsey Graham didn't do a single good thing on this earth. He was nothing but a warmonger.
Leaned into the importance of trying to actually get things done in a bipartisan way for the American people. In my view, House Democrats have made clear from the very beginning of this Congress that we will work with anyone, anytime, in any place in order to solve problems on behalf of the American people. The big problem that we've confronted is that Donald Trump hasn't been interested in making life better for everyday Americans. Right now, he's just focused on trying to rig the midterm elections. This is the reason why he did not sign a bipartisan housing bill on affordability into law. That bill was bipartisan and was worked on in the House, led by Maxine Waters. She did a tremendous job, in partnership with Senator Elizabeth Warren, who also did a tremendous job. And every single Democrat in the House of Representatives, from the most progressive to the most centrist and all points in between, supported that housing affordability bill, which was then sent to Donald Trump's desk, and he ignored it. threw a temper tantrum and was uninterested in actually signing it because Donald Trump has made clear he doesn't give a damn about making life more affordable for the American people. As House Democrats, we do. And Exhibit A is the housing affordability bill led by House and Senate Democrats in partnership with French Hill to get something important done for the Americans.
Thank you, Mayor. FISA has been dark for a month now. Has there been any discussions regarding that? Anything happening, behind the scenes for getting that, getting lights back on there?
There have been no direct conversations between the Trump administration and members of House Democratic leadership over the last several weeks in connection with surveillance authority. Our position has remained clear. It is irresponsible to expect the American people to trust Donald Trump, Cash Patel, and Bill Pulte with the privacy of the American people. And under no circumstances is that in any way a logical thing to expect House or Senate Democrats to sign off on, given the repeated abuses by the Trump administration in terms of weaponizing the authority that they have within the Department of Justice, but not limited to the Department of Justice. The Trump administration at this point is just not serious about solving problems for the American people. They continue to want to jam extreme individuals and their extreme ideology down the throats of the American people. And from the perspective of House Democrats, we're just not going to go along with it. And that has been the case. We battle them as it relates to their efforts to destroy healthcare in America. We battle them as it relates to ICE brutality, and will continue to do so. We're battling them as it relates to their reckless and costly war of choice, which has been a disaster for the American people. And we're going to continue to battle them with respect to their efforts to overreach when it comes to surveillance authority and a FISA extension.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. I wanted to get your reaction to the Supreme Court's term now that it's completely wrapped up. After the Calais decision, you called it illegitimate, you called it the Trump court. But in this term, the court has ruled against Trump on issues like birthright citizenship, like tariffs. Given those rulings, is it fair to call the Supreme Court, the Trump court, illegitimate?
I said that the majority, as constructed, had severe credibility problems, when you put it politely in that fashion. And anyone paying attention to the court, the gutting of the Voting Rights Act and unleashing Jim Crow-like tactics on Black Americans, particularly in the Deep South, would understand the illegitimacy of that decision. It didn't lack any credible basis in law or in fact, and the Supreme Court then doubled down on the fact that they're completely and totally out of control in this area with a 3-judge panel, all appointed by Republican presidents in Alabama, 2 of whom appointed by Donald Trump and 1 of whom was appointed by Ronald Reagan, decided in a unanimous decision after Calais that the map that Alabama Republicans wanted to use was racially discriminatory against Black folks in the state of Alabama. 3-judge panel, 2 Trump-appointed judges made that declaration, and the Supreme Court overturned it. So they have no credibility, zero, in this area. They also lack credibility as it relates to the fact that this unbridled corruption that's being unleashed on the American people, and the reason why House Democrats are committed to cleaning up corruption in the United States of America is because if you've got people in power like Donald Trump and his Republican sycophants who do nothing but bend the knee to him within the administration and here in Congress, you got people in power who are so focused on enriching themselves their family members, their friends, and their donors, then they're not focused on solving problems for the American people. So we have a big problem with that on behalf of everyday Americans, which is why, as part of our affordability agenda and solving problems for the American people, we're committed to cleaning up corruption in this town. If one were to say, why are we facing such unbridled corruption by Donald Trump? In fact, the $1.8 billion slush fund for violent January 6th insurrectionists earlier today declared illegitimate by a federal judge. The whole lawsuit brought by Donald Trump was a complete and total sham. It was designed to bring about a situation where they could fake a settlement, enrich people who brutally beat police officers on January 6th, and then give blanket immunity to tax investigations from the IRS for Donald Trump and his family. The whole thing is a Ponzi scheme that has now been unraveled by a federal court. But what unleashed all of this corruption, too numerous for me to mention, I would be here all day and all night, and throughout the rest of the week, detailing the corruption that has been unleashed on the American people. It was the Supreme Court in 2024 in the Trump v. United States decision, where 6 right-wing conservative justices on this court gave Donald Trump, as president, blanket immunity to unleash a crime wave on the American people and enrich himself. That all traces back to that Supreme Court decision in Trump v. United States. So yes, in my view, there is zero credibility in that decision as well. And look at what it has unleashed on the American people.
As we're getting closer to August recess and prime campaign season, are you going to roll out, as House Democrats, like an HR 1 for the new Congress, not necessarily a contract with America, but something like that? I mean, I know obviously substantively you're talking about anti-corruption, affordability, et cetera, but is there going to be like a bill that you all are going to say this is going to be Ambition 1?
Well, the Democratic Policy and Communications Committee, under the leadership of Debbie Dingell, has done a great job of engaging with people all across the ideological spectrum within the House Democratic Caucus family. And it's my expectation that they will present to the caucus at some point in the next few weeks, in advance of the August district work period, about continuing to articulate an affirmative vision related to our plans as House Democrats to make life better for the Americans. Thank you, everyone.
All right, so that was Hakeem Jeffries' press conference he had earlier today. Hey, what up, y'all? Hey, thanks for hanging out. A little YouTubeville watch party on a Monday night. Catching up to today's current events. There was some movements on the Senate floor today. MAGA grinder Micro Johnson, he shut down the government, but they all came back today. So let's go see what's cracking on the Senate floor. I think Dick Durbin made some moves. Van Hollen. Let's go see what's up with the homie Van Hollen.
Able to work together over.
All right, this is from the Senate floor earlier today. This is Van Hollen speaks on Senate floor against proposed National Defense Authorization Act. Pretty much Trump's illegal war.
Years on a number of key foreign policy issues, including our mutual support for the Syrian Kurds, or the Syrian Democratic Forces, who have been our key partners in the fight against ISIS. And I will discuss our work on that and other matters at another time. On the matter before us today, I'm sure we would disagree. Madam President, I rise in strong opposition to the fiscal year 2027 National Defense Authorization Act as it is currently written. This bill lays the groundwork for a bloated Pentagon budget that would further embolden President Trump's reckless and illegal war against Iran. It represents a huge increase in taxpayer-funded and debt-financed Pentagon spending at a time when families across the country are struggling to afford groceries, rent, gas, and other necessities. And this bill authorizes this whopping increase in funds for the U.S. military, despite the fact that the Department of Defense has never, and I mean never, passed a clean audit. And when we dig deeper into the bill, there are several other new significant provisions that haven't gotten much attention, but they should. One of them, Madam President, would mandate the establishment of a new United States-Israel Defense Technology Cooperation Initiative. It's a provision which essentially orders the president, orders the executive branch to expand our technology sharing and defense cooperation with the government of Israel. The other new provision would mandate that the president expand and enhance intelligence sharing with the government of Israel, and at the same time constrain the president's ability to limit such intelligence sharing with the government of Israel. Now, I want my colleagues to think about that for a minute. Even when the government of Israel may be taking actions that are inconsistent with our interests or values, whether that's now or sometime in the future, this provision requires that the US government share intelligence information with them. Why in the hell would the United States Congress mandate more cooperation with the government of Israel at a time we cannot even get accountability and justice for 9 American citizens who have been killed by Israeli settlers or security forces in the occupied West Bank over the last 4 years? We've been seeking accountability in these killings year after year. No results. And why would we mandate this cooperation intelligence sharing when a 20-year-old American citizen student, Sama Safi, is being imprisoned by the Israeli government on trumped-up political charges as we speak, as we gather here? She has spoken about the abusive conditions she's faced during that imprisonment. And why would we mandate greater engagement with the government of Israel while the Israeli Minister of Defense, Katz, boasts about leveling 90% of the homes in southern Lebanon and says the plan is to do in southern Lebanon what Israeli forces did with American weapons in Rafah, which is a city in southern Gaza that was reduced to rubble? And why would we mandate this increased cooperation in defense and intelligence sharing at a time when violent settlers are running rampant on the West Bank, destroying Palestinian lands, pushing people off of their land, and often with the complicity of the IDF? Why would we be doing these things? The Senate should fully debate and vote on these new proposals before we mandate such major changes in policy. In other words, we, the Senate, should demand transparency and accountability from ourselves, from senators. Let's debate and vote on these provisions and see where senators stand. And these provisions are just part of the problem with this deeply flawed bill. This bill allows the Pentagon and military contractors to gorge at taxpayer expense, at the expense of my constituents and people all over this country. This bill would authorize a $1.15 trillion national defense budget, which is an almost 30% increase from the fiscal year 26 enacted level. In other words, the current level of funding. And President Trump is calling for even more. This authorization would increase that funding over current balances by $500 billion. But as we speak, the House is talking about moving forward with another $350 billion as part of another reconciliation bill. And then on top of that, Madam President, the Trump administration is asking for another $87 billion in supplemental funding to pay for their disastrous war against Iran. And let's not forget that the Pentagon got an additional plus up of $152 billion from President Trump's so-called big beautiful bill, which was beautiful if you were a billionaire, but not for anybody else, back in 2025. If Congress were to appropriate all of these funds, it would exceed $1.7 trillion, paid for by American taxpayers and financed on our national credit card, again, ultimately paid for by our taxpayers. So how can we possibly move forward with this huge expansion of taxpayer funds for the Pentagon's adventures overseas when the American people are struggling right now, paycheck to paycheck, here at home? I talk to my constituents. I know my colleagues do too. Our fellow Americans are fed up, and rightly so, with inflation, with the high costs of groceries, exploding healthcare costs, rising housing prices, and huge electric bills as we see more and more data centers being built. And as Americans suffer amid an affordability crisis, this bill, the bill that will be voted on tomorrow in terms of cloture on the motion.
Hey, what's up, Al? So right now they're like doing some crazy bombing raids right now? Because I heard they did some bombing. They've been bombing like for the last like 3 days or something. But it's like escalating even more. Hey, what's up, Lisa? Good to see you. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate you.
Proceed would instead authorize wasteful spending for things like what? Like the president's so-called golden dome, which the Congressional Budget Office, the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, found could cost $1.2 trillion over 20 years, as well as a list of other very costly projects. On top of that, as I said, the Pentagon consistently fails to pass an audit. In fact, just last December, it again failed to pass an audit. And so into this organization that can't pass an audit, the bill that we will be...
All right, Al, let me see if I can find something about it. Thanks for the info.
Moving on, would add trillions of dollars into that system but can't account for the money that it already has. Madam President, we would not tolerate such a lack of transparency and good governance in any other federal agency. And yet this bill rewards those failings at the Pentagon instead of fixing. Fiscal mismanagement at the Department of Defense is a longstanding problem, but the Trump administration has made things worse. President Trump and his family have engaged with the Defense Department in ways that raise serious questions about self-dealing and misuse of public office. We have seen this administration repeatedly award major Defense Department contracts to companies soon after those companies established ties with members of the president's family. Just take a look at a headline from the Washington Post today. It reads, quote, Trump's sons invest heavily in defense tech as father's administration pours money in, unquote. So on top of a bloated Pentagon, we now have this very real issue of self-dealing. Madam President, the reality is that bloated the Defense Department budget is not going to make us any safer. It will enrich private corporate interests while deepening our budget deficits. At the same time, it's going to deliver a blank check for Donald Trump's illegal war in the Middle East. And I have said again and again, I will not vote to provide one dime for that illegal war in Iran. Granting this request for this huge increase would be a de facto authorization of this reckless war. Our colleagues have refused to have an up or down vote on an authorization to use military force in Iran. We haven't had that vote. But if we vote in favor of these trillions of dollars for the Defense Department, in my view, that's a de facto authorization, a de facto green light for this war, and I will not support it. Over 4 months ago, President Trump, together with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, launched this war against Iran. President Trump did so without congressional authorization, and the American people have already paid too high a price for this.
Hey, Rock James, that's hilarious. I gotta check out the new Lego video.
Disaster, and this from a president who said he was going to keep us out of wars. Said he was going to focus on lowering costs right here at home. As we can see, he's done the opposite. Started a war, prices are going up. And this is a war that has already cost the lives of 14 American service members. Hundreds more have been wounded. An American Tomahawk missile strike killed more than 150 Iranians in Minab, most of them children. And months later, while the U.S. military's investigation has reportedly been completed, it has not been released to the public, leaving questions about that strike unanswered, even as we consider legislation to provide trillions of dollars more to the Defense Department. On top of those killings of school kids, thousands of other civilians have been killed and injured across Iran and the region. Thousands more have been killed in Lebanon. 30 civilians have been killed in Israel. All these lives lost, and for what? Estimates show that this war has already cost the American people, consumers, and taxpayers about $132 billion. And the amount is growing by the day. It's a strategic blunder of huge proportions. And then we thought we were finally on the way to ending this war when the MOU between the United States and Iran was signed in June. At that time, I said on this floor that I wanted peace to prevail, and I hoped that the deal would become the foundation for a broader diplomatic settlement. That's looking less and less likely by the day, as the US and Iran continue to ramp up the tempo of strikes. And now President Trump says the United States will take control of the Strait of Hormuz, reimpose the blockade on Iran, and charge a 20% toll on shipping. CENTCOM said in a statement over the weekend that they struck 140 targets in Iran on Saturday alone. Iran has said the strait is closed and continues to attack ships. Everything points to renewed war, a war that was a disaster from the start. Madam President, I hope that President Trump would have learned something from this needless tragedy. That military adventurism, the promises of quick victory, the fantasies of regime change, and the endless effort to undermine diplomacy led us directly to this disaster. But apparently he has not learned from those mistakes. But we, the United States Senate, we should not add more fuel to those mistakes with this defense authorization bill. When you've dug yourself into a hole, the first thing you should do is stop digging. Beyond Iran, this bill also has no guardrails on the Trump administration's overreach on war making and warmongering anywhere else in the world. It does nothing to restrain the strikes in the Caribbean that have murdered people on the high seas, or the grabbing of Venezuelan oil, or any adventure the president may dream about in Greenland, or the ongoing humanitarian disaster being visited on the people of Cuba. It does nothing to constrain the president in those areas.
Damn, Donald Trump's doing war crimes all across the globe. blowing up innocent fishermen, blowing up schools with children in it, over there trying to overtake Cuba and Greenland. The guy thinks he's Adolf Hitler.
Nothing to prevent the use of those monies that are authorized for any of those purposes or anything else. Madam President, when Congress fails to exercise its constitutional responsibility, we leave the American people with wars that are easy to start, difficult to end, and driven by agendas that may not serve our national interests. It was just a few weeks into the Iran war that Prime Minister Netanyahu said, and I quote, "We are also bringing to this campaign the assistance to the United States, my friend, U.S. President Donald Trump, and the U.S. military. This coalition of forces allows us to do what I have yearned to do for 40 years," said Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. Yep, for 40 years, 4 decades, Benjamin Netanyahu has wanted this war. And he finally found an American president who was stupid enough and reckless enough to do it with him. That broader context is important when considering some of the new provisions in this NDAA that I mentioned earlier. They don't exist in isolation. They don't exist in a vacuum. They are part of the same pattern, one that would further tie the United States to the agenda of Prime Minister Netanyahu and the government of Israel at precisely the moment that Congress should be reclaiming its constitutional role, not surrendering more of it. The first provision, Section 1217, would mandate the creation of a United States-Israel Defense Technology Cooperation Initiative. This would require the expansion and acceleration of the U.S.-Israel defense relationship, including technology sharing, co-production of weapon systems, and bilateral research and development across sensitive domains like biotechnology, autonomous systems, artificial intelligence, and cyber warfare. And Prime Minister Netanyahu has openly stated that this initiative, it was his idea. In a letter to Congresswoman Stutzman, who led a resolution calling for a similar effort to Section 1217 in the House, Prime Minister Netanyahu wrote, and I quote, "I was glad to receive your proposed congressional resolution endorsing my plan to shift the framework of U.S.-Israel defense cooperation from aid to partnership." That's the way he put it. Just this weekend, Prime Minister Netanyahu acknowledged on Fox News that this was about merging and meshing Israel's military procurement with that of the United States. Again, he said, "Yeah, I'm calling it from aid to partnership." And the President, if the United States and Israel were to sign additional co-production and technology sharing agreements as envisioned by this provision, they would threaten U.S. national security interests by handing the Netanyahu government leverage over American weapon systems and military technology. And this is not a hypothetical statement. The Netanyahu government has already leveraged its existing co-production agreement with the United States on missile defense to block American Iron Dome batteries paid for 100% by U.S. taxpayers from reaching Ukraine, directly against our own national security interests. In fact, in late June 2023, Senator Lindsey Graham and I sent a letter to the chair and ranking member of the Armed Services Committee asking that this issue be addressed and that Israel work with the United States.
Oh yeah, what up, multi-chick? For sure. So what's happening is we got the blue wave tsunami going. We're gonna take back the House and the Senate. And J.B. Raskin has been keeping track of a database, all the maggot orange turd loving pedo protectors out there. So that way we can, they're all going to get 40 hours of community service for their un-American activities.
It's to assist Ukraine, specifically referencing the American Iron Dome batteries we would have liked to transfer to Ukraine. In fact, the Ukrainian government has specifically asked for the Iron Dome system to help with its air defenses. They were not asking for Israel to send its Iron Dome batteries. We were talking about Iron Dome batteries in the United States, co-produced between the United States and Israel. And they were ready to go. Madam President, I ask unanimous consent to introduce the one-page letter Senator Graham and I sent to Chairman Reed and Ranking Member Wicker in June 2023.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. What you will see is at the end of the day, the government of Israel, the Netanyahu government, exercised its veto authority under the co-production agreement, preventing the United States from sending our own Iron Dome batteries to Ukraine to help Ukraine with its air defense system. And now in this NDA bill that we're about to consider in the United States Senate, there's a provision requiring the United States government to do more co-production arrangements with the Netanyahu government and the future governments of Israel. Give me a break. The second provision that I mentioned earlier, Section 622 of the fiscal year 27 Intelligence Authorization Act.
Yeah, Raxter won't be joining us for 24 hours. He's on a retreat to Jonestown and Epstein Island.
Mandates, and I'd say mandates, that the United States government, the executive branch, quote, expand and enhance intelligence sharing with the government of Israel, end quote. It also states that intelligence sharing with Israel, quote, shall not be suspended, reduced, or otherwise materially limited, unquote. The intent of this provision is clear: to not only enhance intelligence sharing with Israel, but also to block the president from limiting such intelligence sharing. Now, colleagues, anytime the United States government wants to or chooses to, of course we can share intelligence with the government of Israel or any other government we choose for our own interests. Why would we hardwire into the law a requirement that that intelligence be shared with Israel or any other country? And there's a peculiar procedural wrinkle here I want to mention. This provision isn't in the text of the NDA yet. As I said, it sits in the Fiscal Year Intelligence Authorization Act that passed the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. But as my colleagues know, that bill typically gets added to the NDAA right here on the floor of the Senate before final passage, meaning the Senate may be asked to adopt this provision that hardwires and requires U.S. intelligence sharing with the government of Israel with no real debate. And that should concern us all, especially since, according to public reports, this administration recently raised the counterintelligence threat level from the government of Israel to its highest level. At the same time, this Senate is talking about adopting a provision mandating intelligence sharing. As I said, any president can share intelligence at their discretion. But this requires it, and we should not be forcing this administration or any other administration to share U.S. intelligence with the government of Israel or any other government for that matter. This is also happening, as I said, at a time when we're seeing accelerated violence and expansion of settlements on the West Bank. We've heard outrageous statements from Finance Minister Smotrich and from Ben-Gvir, who controls many of Israel's security forces. It's simply not in our interests to mandate that the United States government enter into co-production agreements with the Netanyahu government or any government of Israel. You can always do this on a case-by-case basis, as we did with the Iron Dome, and not require by law that we do it in a whole range of other areas. And as I said, this bill also comes.
Hey, what's up, Jeb Common? Good to see you. How you been? Just chilling, watching this Van Hollen speech from the Senate floor today.
For us, with a huge proposed increase in funds for the Pentagon, which continues to fail to pass a budget audit, and at a time when it appears that the President of the United States is again ramping up the war against Iran, an unauthorized war. And so I urge my colleagues that when we consider the motion to proceed tomorrow, specifically the motion for cloture on the motion to proceed, the vote on the cloture for the motion to proceed, that we oppose that and then come together as senators and say to the American people, we're going to ensure accountability. We're going to ensure that when that bill comes to the floor of the Senate, we will have votes on all of these issues. We'll have a vote to bring down the huge bloated number for military spending in the NDA. We'll have a vote to require some accountability with respect to military operations. And we'll have a vote with respect to these new provisions that currently mandate intelligence sharing and mandate defense procurement cooperation with the Netanyahu government and future governments of Israel. I hope we will show the American people that we believe in transparency and accountability by having those votes, but to do so, we have to first vote against motion, the cloture motion on the motion to proceed. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor. I yield my remainder time to my friend and colleague, Senator from Vermont, Senator Welch.
All right. So that was Van Hollen right there calling out Trump on all his incompetence and his war crimes. All right, let's go check out. Let's go check out Peter Welch from the Senate floor.
My colleague.
All right, this came out today too.
Vermont. I thank my colleague, Senator from Maryland, for leading this discussion on what is an absolutely critical decision that this United States Senate is going to have to make. One of the most important things we do is pass the National Defense Authorization Act. That is the moment where, through the committee process and the floor debate, America lays out a pathway to secure the defense of this country against all threats. Extraordinarily important piece of legislation that sets the course for a year.
So I bought this new contraption today from Amazon. You just plug it into the chat and it detects people that drink too much Kool-Aid. I just noticed it started beeping really hard with Jeb Common. You got too much Kool-Aid, buddy. It's time for you to go back to Jonestown.
Mr. President, this national defense authorization fails to address the critical question that is before this country right now, and that is the war in Iran. It fails to address the changing nature of warfare by spending $500 billion more on weapon systems that are the weapon systems of yesterday. Third, and this is a point my colleague has been making, and I'm going to talk about it very immediately, it outsources to another country those decisions on intelligence sharing and weapons production that should only be made by our country. Fourth, it commits the taxpayers of this country to the obligation of another $500 billion with absolutely no outline of how we're going to pay for it. And this on top of a deficit that is the highest we've ever had in this country. So let me talk about these one by one. First of all, it is absolutely catastrophic what is going on in the Middle East to our economy. We are in a war that was decided by the President of the United States unilaterally to enter into that war. It was done with the expectation that B-1 bombers would be able to blast their way into victory. And it was done without an appreciation or awareness that once the extraordinary power of the US military was applied with weapons that are only ours to deploy, the asymmetric response by the Iranians allowed them to close the Strait of Hormuz, which to this day is not open to the passage of ships. That is having an incredible impact on our economy, on our farmers, on our manufacturers, on the grocery prices, and there's no end in sight. And the fact that we're going to have a debate about authorizing a $1.5 trillion defense budget without having any discussion about what is driving the cost or what is the major defense threat right now, and that is this ongoing war in Iran, is not acceptable. We have the obligation to debate that. And many of my colleagues have indicated already by their votes that they oppose the authorization of warfare in Iran. This NDAA bill comes before us as though that is not even going on. That's wrong. We have an obligation to debate that, and we have an obligation to vote on it. But second, there are provisions in this bill that do outsource fundamental responsibilities and obligations of our military and our national security organizations and our president to make decisions on the basis of what is in our national interest and what is required for national security. My colleague mentioned there's provisions in this bill that create a legal obligation for the United States to do information and intelligence sharing with another government and to enter into joint.
Hey, what up, Southwest? Hey, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you. Hope you have a good rest of your night, morning, wherever you're at. Day.
Agreements with another government. When it comes to sharing intelligence, I want our generals, I want our national security officials, I want our president, our chief executive and commander-in-chief to have unfettered discretion to make those decisions about with whom we share information, what information we share, and under what circumstances, to be our decision in our decision alone. And of course, our military and our national security organizations work very hard to have cooperative relationships with neighboring countries or with fellow countries that are aligned with us on interests. And that can include Israel, as it has at times. But we've never, ever had an obligation to relinquish the exclusive right of decision-making that has to fundamentally be made on the best interest of what is in the national security interest of the people of this country. We cannot relinquish that right and that responsibility. So this provision that the president acting through the Director of National Intelligence, as necessary, the Secretary of Defense, shall, subject to applicable law and the protection of intelligence sources and methods, expand and enhance intelligence sharing with the government of Israel. My concern here is less the government of Israel. It's about the national security interest of this country and the unfettered right of our military, national security, and president to make decisions on behalf of the American people and exclusively for what is in the best interest of the national security of this country. That provision has no place in this national defense authorization. A third point I want to make is that what we've seen with the extraordinary conflicts in Ukraine, in Iran, in Lebanon, is the old weapon systems that are so expensive don't win the victories. The drone warfare in Ukraine has allowed them, through their ingenuity, to turn the tide on Russia. The B-1 bombers, the exquisite weapon systems that cost so much money, are not winning the conflict in Iran for the United States. And we're seeing these situations.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Bed Swerver says, hey, if Trump is not the most corrupt, then who the heck is? That's a good one. For sure. Hey, what's up, Lori? I don't know, Lori, like Trump's literally enriched his net worth has grown $10 billion since he took office. Hey, Ben Swerver, hey, thanks for the gift. I appreciate you. Thanks a lot.
There'll be a $35,000 drone that is taken out by a $1 million missile. And all of us know that is not a sustainable situation.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Knows that. But in the rush to make the adjustment, and I know that people in the Pentagon are trying to make that adjustment, you don't make that adjustment by suddenly coming up with $500 billion where you don't have a plan, you don't have a strategy, and you end up throwing money at a problem without a plan on how to solve the problem. So I've gone through three things here. One, an NDAA that acts as though the war in Iran is not a war that is having an impact on the American people. Number two, outsourcing absolutely critical decisions about intelligence sharing and weapon production sharing that have to be the sole prerogative of the United States, our military, our national security community, and our president. And then third, the failure to have a coherent plan about the extraordinary adjustments that have to be made in the design of weapon systems of the future. And the fourth point I want to make, Mr. President, and I know this is a topic of great concern to you, how are we going to pay for this? We're adding $500 billion to the deficit, and there's literally no discussion about how we're going to pay for it. You know, we have a debate in this body about how to spend money, what the priorities should be. And I'll acknowledge that I am on the side of spending more money on domestic efforts. I do think we should help our farmers more. I do believe we should put more into education. I do believe we should put more into scientific research. But when I say we should do that, I'm also willing to pay for it. And I do believe we have to have a strong military. But we have to pay for that too. And what we have seen in this Congress is that the folks who want to put more money in the military, they may be willing to pay for it by cutting scientific research, by cutting education, by cutting nutrition benefits to the millions of Americans who are struggling to feed their kids and can't do it without the SNAP program. So, Mr. President, there's a lot of good work that's been done by our committee on a bipartisan basis with many other provisions, policy provisions in this NDAA Act. But we cannot act on the NDAA in a responsible way if, number one, we don't address the war. Number two, we don't absolutely insist on defense and intelligence and production decisions being the sole prerogative of this country and not delegate authority to any other country to interfere with what we believe is in our national security interest. Third, we need a coherent plan to have a production system that focuses on weapons of the future and not legacy weapons of the past that are revered by the defense industrial complex but not effective on the battlefield. And fourth, we have to come to a reckoning that whether it comes to national defense or even domestic programs, they don't pay for themselves. And we've got to step up and accept that responsibility that for far too long we have been ignoring. Mr. President, I yield back.
All right, so that was Peter Welsh continuing on with what Van Hollen was saying, pretty much calling out Trump on all his incompetence. All right, let's move on. Let's go see what Stephen Pimpleface Miller had to say today.
I remember a meeting with him.
Look at this clown.
Thank you for.
Oh my God. Hey, somebody said that Stephen Miller looks like when he was born, the doctor circumcised the wrong head.
And I'll end with that question. I thought that's the one I'd like to end on. Because
All right, this is Stephen Pimpleface Miller from earlier today. Stephen Pimplehead Miller. This is titled White House Chief of Staff Stephen Pimpleface Miller reflects on Senator Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Ladybug Graham.
he was a close friend of mine. So I've known Lindsey for many years. I knew him before he was the first Trump candidate. I didn't know him well. And
What's up, Ben Swerver? That's hilarious. Oh my goodness. Somebody buried a dildo in Pet Cemetery. That is freaking comedy. Oh man.
I spent a lot of time with him the first time. I remember a meeting with him in the head chief's office in the first few days, which I was talking about the legislative agenda. I spent a lot of time with him the first time. But in the campaign of 2024, and then in the days in transition afterwards, was when I was.
Oh yeah, this guy. Hey, what up, multi-check? Yeah, this dude right here. He's like the evil right here. Like yeah, he's always in Trump's ear. That's where Trump probably gets all his crazy ideas from this guy. Like there's footage of this guy in high school. He went to Santa Monica High over here in Los Angeles. And there's footage of him just saying like the most bigoted shit in like high school.
I really had the chance to really get to know Lindsey as a person, as an individual, and we would joke with each other all the time and say, "Isn't it amazing how far our own relationship has come?" I would joke with Lindsey as because he used to say some pretty terrible things about me in the press. And I said, "Lindsey, I hope you appreciate that I showed incredible restraint. I never attacked you back." They say, "Yeah, I do remember that. I did appreciate that, but you certainly could have if you wanted to." But for the time, I saw no reason to because
that would have been funny to see him and Lindsey Graham fighting. Oh man, who would have won that? Who would have won that fight? Lindsey Graham or Stephen Pimpleface Miller? I got my money on Lindsey Graham.
The job typically of a staffer is to stay behind the scenes and not get out in front. But let's say you think about it now. Here we are. We're working on every policy every day together. We're having phone calls about deficit policy, welfare reform, border security, and everything else. And so I said this. I'm so glad I got the chance to say it. It's so amazing that we've had the chance to get to become close friends. And I want you to know how much your friendship means. I remember this conversation very distinctly. And again, you don't.
Zurück nach Athen, nach Rom, nach Philadelphia, nach bauten die Städte, sie schufen die Kunst und Architektur, sie bauten die Industrie. Du hast nichts, du bist nichts. Du bist Bosheit, du bist Eifersucht, du bist Neid, du bist Hass, du bist nichts, du kannst nichts bauen, du kannst nichts.
Let's see some more. Let's bust out the best of Stephen Miller.
The United States should have Greenland as part of the United States. There's no need to even.
That was him doing his Nazi speech before this. He literally plagiarized a speech, and he did it at like the TPUSA Charlie Kirk Memorial, where the Grindr app crashed. He literally like plagiarized like Himmler's speech. His pronouns are he and Himmler. Let's see who else. Let's see what else we got. Let's see. Eric or Kirk's tissues are drier than Stephen Miller's wife. Let's see what's this. All right, we already saw that. Let's see what else we got. Oh, look, it's the most wanted guy. Hey, deport this fool. He's a threat to the country.
My friends are going to suddenly disappear. I'm very grateful that I had the chance to get to say that before he ended up passing on. But Lindsay was just so fundamentally good to us, to all of us. Every time we never did everything at all, we called Lindsay, without question, without hesitation, he would help us. I think it's important for people to see the fullness of the picture of Lindsey Graham, and why people liked him as much as they did. Because he was so generous in heart and in spirit. I still honestly almost haven't really processed that he's gone, because it was so complete and sudden. You're just there talking to him one day, and you get the news, and you're just struck with grief and shock the next. At a practical level, we have to also say Lindsey was the most effective, consistent advocate for the president's agenda in the Senate. And that is a historical legacy that will always belong to him. His role in passing the first reconciliation bill, his role in driving so many of the president's priorities, his ability, as few others can, to be able to muscle things through the Senate. That's a real skill, and it speaks to his lifetime of relationships in the body. Lindsey was of a mold that I don't think we're going to see again for a very long time. Somebody who really understood how the power of rhetoric, how the power of communication as a senator can actually change outcomes. In other words, there's plenty of senators who will go on the Senate floor, give a speech, clip the video, put it on YouTube, get views on it, and you're basically you're auditioning for an external audience. Lindsey was speaking as a senator to other senators. So much of the Senate, unfortunately, has become a body of fake debate and fake deliberation. In other words, hearings, they're talking to cameras, and again, to a micro audience, they're trying to build a country. Or if they're speaking,
that's funny, multi-check
behind closed doors, right? They're just trying to cement their position for the record, and then someone will go out and Politico who said what. Lindsey really believed he could change people's minds through the force and persuasion of his rhetoric, and he proved time and time again that he could. And that is a very rare and special gift.
Oh my God, did you hear what he just said? He said Lindsey Graham could change people's minds through his force, his persuasion, and his rhetoric. None of that is a quality that he would want to have. Oh my God, these guys are all just garbage.
The term career politician is typically a pejorative in America. Understandable reasons why. I probably use it as a pejorative. As much as just that.
These guys are all just fraudsters and con artists and bigots.
But there's such a thing as a noble career politician. And that's what Lindsey was. Lindsey was a person whose chosen vocation, whose chosen path in life was to be a politician. And the best and highest and
He's like 4'2".
sense of the term. The most virtuous sense of the term. To serve others, to serve the country. And
oh my God, I can't stand this pencil neck anymore. Let's move on. Let's go see what else we got in the queue. Yeah, that guy's a disgusting human being, just like the whole Trump cabinet. We already watched that. What up, everyone? Happy Monday night. Let's keep this party going. Let's see what else we got in the queue here. All right, we already seen all that. All right, seen that. Got an update on that. We checked out Gavin Newsom and his awesome speech already. Got the House Rules Committee. We checked the highlights of that. Let's see what else we got. Let's check this out. Let's slow down these Trump's facial expressions right here. Let's slow it down a little bit. This guy's a weird dude. Pervert. All right, here we go. We slowed it down a notch. He does the clap. You know, you gotta keep the video alive. You know, they're best friends forever. You know, Donald Trump's over there trying to say Epstein was a hoax. Well, look what we got here. It looks like they're hanging out, having a good old jolly old time, being weirdos. All right, let's go check out. Let's go see what else we got. Let's go to the. I think we kind of already caught up with all the current events, all the moves the major politicians did today. Let's go to the House floor, though. Let's go see what's cracking on the House floor. Let me see if I can find it. Might be in the history. Let's see here. All right. See if I can find the House floor. Oh, here we go. All right, so this was earlier today from the House floor. Let's see what these dudes got to say.
Gentleman's recognized. Mr. Speaker.
Get the speed back to normal. All right, let's rewind it to the beginning here. (119th Congress).
Responds with.
Oh, here's the beginning. All right, this is today. This is them coming back from MAGA grinder Micro Johnson Mike's another government shutdown. So here they're all back today. Hey, what up, everyone? Hope you all had a good Monday. Please hit the like button. Thank you.
The House will be in order.
All right, they gavelled in.
Chair leads before the House. Communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., July 13th, 2026. I hereby appoint the Honorable David J. Taylor to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 6, 2026, the Chair will now recognize members from the list submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It is with a heavy heart that I rise to honor the life and the career of Don Detweiler, who passed away in Blair County. Our community mourns the loss of a business leader, a husband.
This is hilarious. So Lindsey Graham just passed away the night before, or last night, because this just happened today. And this dude pulls up they start out the house session with this dude. I mean, RIP to all those people that lost their lives, though.
Father, a grandfather, a great-grandfather. On a personal level, I knew Don as a neighbor, as a patient of mine, and as a friend. Each life that he touched grew stronger and brighter because of Don Detweiler. From a young age, Don worked in...
All right, this is kind of a long one, so we'll fast forward any ones that kind of aren't really related to anything. Well, let's see what this says.
Longtime member in fire...
All right, this dude's just talking about his local stuff. Who's this dude right here?
Legislative Director and Healthcare Advisor, McLean Piner.
Let's see who this guy is.
Mr. Speaker, I take great joy today to recognize the dedication, loyalty, and hard work of my Legislative Director and Healthcare Advisor, McLean Piner, and to congratulate him on a well-earned next chapter he will soon embark upon.
All right, these guys are just talking about just like random stuff. I want to hear the juicy. I want them to spill the tea. I want to hear about Trump's corruption. I want to hear about all the scandals. I want to hear somebody crash out. Let's keep fast forwarding it until we get a good politician or somebody that's talking about something other than like just random stuff.
Bonds, but whose impact has been felt through the halls of Congress.
All right, I think this guy's a MAGA meat writer right here. Let's see what he has to say.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to...
Let's see what his name is.
Of Eastern North Carolina. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize someone whose name is not in the headlines, but whose impact has been felt through the halls of Congress and across America. Mr. Speaker, today I have the distinct privilege of honoring my Chief of Staff, Jamie Robinette, as she retires.
All right. I don't care about your Chief of Staff. All right. I think we got to go all the way over here to get to the good stuff. What happened over here? What's this all about?
Heed your instruction that
She looks like MAGA Mike Johnson. What's this about?
Father, a trusted.
I think Walkinshaw makes a cameo here. We'll see what's up with the homie Walkinshaw. Yeah, this shit's long as fuck. It's like a 7-hour stream, yo. Oh my goodness. All right, here we go. All right, I think I think this is the good stuff right here. This all happened today. This is from the House floor.
Further proceedings today on motion to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote of the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on the postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6332.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6332, a bill to designate the facility of United States Postal Service located at 10660 Page Avenue in Fairfax, Virginia, as a Congressman Gerald D. Connolly Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Sessions, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Walkinshaw, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous remarks in that measure.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I would yield myself such time as I may consume.
Recognized.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Today, I rise in support of a bill which would rename a post office in Fairfax, Virginia, for one of our former colleagues, a former Congressman, Gerald E. Conley, a father, a husband.
All right, these MAGA meat riding politicians pretty much don't have anything good to offer, so let's go see what's up with the homie Walkinshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentleman for his eloquent remarks. This legislation is a tribute to a giant of public service, a man whose legacy is written across Northern Virginia and across this institution. Jerry Connolly believed deeply in public service. He believed in this institution, in the work of representative democracy.
Oh, man. All right, guys. I think I'm politicked out. I'm going to go walk my dog around the neighborhood. Hey, thanks for everyone that hung out. Let's see what's up with the poll here. All right, looks like we got about 1,200 votes, and a whopping 56% of the people that voted say that Donald Trump is the most corrupt. Absolutely. That's how the midterms are going to go, guys. It's going to be a blue wave tsunami. But anyways, I hope you guys all have a good Monday out there. Catch you guys all later. Shout out to all the mods that hung out and everyone else. Appreciate you guys. We'll see what's cracking tomorrow. Oh, there's going to be some Senate hearings we'll YouTubeville watch party with. I think there's going to be like the confirmation for that loser Todd Blanche. So we'll tap into that and so we can watch it. All right, you guys all have a good night or day wherever you're at. All right, peace out.